Hello, hello, hello! I went a bit strange at the end there, but never mind. Hello! I hope everybody's doing well today. Hi, it is me, the Katie. Yeah, so hello, welcome to Wednesday stream. I hope you're having a good Wednesday. And stuff. Hello, Starly in the chat. Hello, anybody else who's lurking and not saying anything and all that. What am I doing? Well, I kind of have an interesting thing to show to people here. And get this set up whilst things are playing out. Excuse me. This is what I want. No, that's okay, fine. I should be able to go over to this. This is obviously what we're going to be doing later on, but I also should be able to see this other thing. Oh no, that's me. It's not what I'm talking about. This is what I want. So there's a mess of cables and things over there. And this, oh gosh, it's upside down. Let me work this around. So this, if people are interested, is a little leaflet they gave me to go along with the little thing they're doing the facial hair removal thing with. So the electrolysis machine here. So you can see this is the thing here. Hello, West. Gosh, I don't know. Can we zoom in on this here? There we go. So it's Apellis XL Pro. It's probably quite expensive to buy and such like that, but yeah, it's kind of a thing that's kind of like, desk is kind of here, so it's about, you know, this high, say. And obviously it looks like it folds out or something like that, and whatever. And it says, demand excellence, the gentle way. Permanent hair removal. You can see my nail varnish is not on wonderfully. Hello, Chaos. And hello, West, if I didn't say hello to West. But yes, this is the fancy machine they'll be using to electrocute my face with, which is neat. This is kind of going to showing kind of what I was talking about before. So with laser, you can kind of get into like this part of it. Like, I think if the follicle starts up here, the laser can only get like a bit of this, and then the electrolysis can do something about a bulge or something like that. I don't know. There's a very faint writing and things like that as well on here. And you've got a lot of people lying down with towels on them and being looked at. There you can get an idea of how big the thing is. Of course you demand excellence. I would expect you to demand anything less. But yes, I don't have to wear a towel when I have my facial hair removal done. But yeah, basically there's a person like this who looks through a thing which has a big light shining on me and sticks things into my face and electrocutes the nerve things and whatever. And so basically, yeah, this is it here. If you're curious about that. Maybe some people were curious about it and such like that, so there we go. How do I think I can go away now? He's only going to go for the towel. Well, you know, you can have the towel if you want. I'm sure they would be quite happy to just say, here's a towel, you can wrap yourself up in it. And by the way, if you hear the fan blowing down, it's because there's a fan blowing down, stuff like that. Obviously got the noise cancelling and whatever on, but it still comes through here and there. But so if it's absolutely horrendous, please let me know, but I think it should be okay. Of course you demand excellence. So yeah, I'm just kind of looking at the VU meter on here, the volume meter. Yeah, there might be a bit of background noise. Ooh. Oh yes, I added a little thing here. Only subscribers can post links. I keep forgetting myself who I've allowed to post links, so I've got a thing saying who is allowed to post links. So there you go. Only subscribers can post links. If anybody wants to do otherwise, obviously they can ask, just so they don't get all their things purged and whatever. And Streamlabs goes, you know, wild and starts taking people out. And don't forget to drink water either. I shall do so, Streamlabs. Let's do so. Yep. I'm sure my results will be excellent when after I've had, you know, weeks and weeks and or sessions and sessions worth of the electrolysis and stuff like that. So there we go. Yeah, so there's some other things I've kind of got down here which I kind of wanted to kind of go over. Getting the playing early, of course. Chaos is good. I don't feel as up to the bullying right at this moment, so thank you for getting in there, Starly, for me. So yeah, two things I kind of want to say. How are the Minecraft tree videos? I watched one and got some ideas from it. You'll know who the person is. The person named Grian, who does some good Minecraft videos, and I watched him do some trees and things like that. So I have an idea of what I can try to start off with. I haven't got onto it yet, but I at least have some knowledge of what to do. So yeah, just obviously today we're going to be doing looking at Amiga magazines. We're back onto Amiga Format at the moment, and we're going to be looking at some discs. Yes, I know with the Amiga Power we haven't really been looking at the discs and stuff like that because we already looked at them. So yeah, if anybody has any particular preference of whether they want to see, you know, a bunch of magazines together and then a bunch of discs together, or the discs interspersed with the magazines, they can let their voice be known. But you know, I'm kind of deciding what I want to do at the moment, because obviously being able to go through, oh, let's look at this magazine, let's look at this magazine, let's look at this next magazine, whatever, and just be able to go through them like that. And then obviously having days where I think I just want to look at some disc or whatever and just go through them, that might be a thing that I want to do in the future. Yeah, so I haven't really decided on that. If anybody has any specific, you know, oh no, that would ruin my enjoyment of the whole thing, then they can say, and such like that. So I have a notification pop up with an email. Is this an important email? No. Looks like a marketing email, such. I keep the marketing emails coming in because obviously then it makes me you know, aware that my email is still working. You know, if you don't get any emails in for a while, you might think, oh, is my email actually working? Is it linked up and whatever, that kind of thing. But then if you keep on getting these marketing things and whatever other fluff coming through, then it's like, oh yes, my email is definitely working, and such like that. But yes, I was going to go on. So obviously looking at the Amiga magazines and stuff like that. So I think I've mentioned it before about one of the reasons why I'm looking through. One of the reasons is just because they're kind of interesting. They have like lots of references to games which I may have remembered, may have forgot, or may have just not known have existed and whatever. But another thing is to just kind of what have I got to give people who didn't share my background some idea of what I grew up with, is the basic idea here. So it's like, if you weren't you know, my age as I was during the start of the 90s here. I know quite a few people who were watching weren't my age and stuff like that. Then it kind of gives an idea of like the environment or whatever the world that I grew up in, and that kind of thing, especially since I was interested in, you know, these Amiga magazines. So we did get a lot of these Amiga magazines, and so this is something I would have seen a lot of when I was growing up as well. And along those lines, because we got a lot of these, and we didn't get a lot of other kind of computing magazines, the Amiga was the big one, really. And so, excuse me, because there's, you know, only the Amiga ones, which we've I really have this kind of connection or whatever to. After looking through the amount of Amiga magazines that I would want to look through, then I don't know if I'm going to be looking through any other types of magazines, like any for Spectrum or whatever, you know, that kind of thing. So it's probably just going to be like Amiga magazines, and once we've done that, we can move on to some more different things during this kind of time. But it's going to be a long while that we're going to be working on these Amiga magazines. Let me just kind of give you an idea of such like this. I'll go off here so that when I go over here, usual, don't want Microsoft here doxing me for things like that. So I'll give you an idea of how much we have to go through. This is a website called the Amiga Magazine Rack. I know I normally get the full Amiga magazines from archive.org, which is a wonderful website for lots of archived things, but they also have the archives of the Amiga magazines here. So you can see along the top here, we've got the main ones here: Amiga Action, Amiga Computing, Amiga Format, Amiga Joker. I think I've said before, I didn't really see that one. I think it's like a German one or whatever. Amiga Power, CU Amiga, The One, and Zap. I don't think I saw Zap too much either, but these other ones at the top here I did, because obviously we looked through the Amiga Power ones, or we looked through the Amiga Power discs, I'm looking through the Amiga Power magazines and whatever. Obviously we're looking through the Amiga Format ones and whatever as well. And then there's also like these Amiga Action, Amiga Computing, Amiga Power, CU, and The One, which I'm going to look through. There's also all magazines here. There's a list of all these Amiga magazines, which I'm not going to look through all of them, but some of these are the ones I do notice that aren't listed at the top here, like something like Your Amiga here. I think The One was mentioned there. So let's see what else we have. I'm sure there was another one which like Ace here, yeah, Ace, that's another one that isn't mentioned at the top. There's probably a few or a couple of others in here which might be interesting to kind of look into as well, but there's a bunch of them. You might not be able to see all the names down the side because I'm in the way and such like that. But oh yes, there's Zero down here, which I think you can see at the moment, but let me do this. So we have Your Amiga, and there's, you know, this many magazines, Your Amiga. Let me just give you a demonstration of, you know, Amiga Power. This is kind of what we went through the cover discs, because it's got like browse cover discs. You can see like these are the cover discs that we went through here for these. And there's also got the index to say what was on it and things like that. Things along here. Where have we got? So we got some good screenshots. Because most of the screenshots that pop up are these ones, which don't really show much. But we did play Crash Dummies and things like that. And here's one of the pinball games as well. Did a play of that and things like this. There's Bobble and Squeak. Definitely had a play of that as well. And so yeah, there's got all these magazines that we were looking at, and this also has the covers listed too here. So where did we get to last time? I think we only got it to about like here. This is where we got to, I think, wasn't it? Yeah, the Christmassy one and whatever, and then you got the next one, which is going to be this one when we actually get to look at that. No spoilers and things like that. But yeah, so the Amiga Power ones, which I've been going through a little bit quicker, I've got to here, and then there's these other ones to look through. if we go to like Amiga Format over here and browse the covers here, at the moment this one that we're kind of looking at here is what's number 35. So Amiga Format was 35. So 35, so this is what we've got to down here. So we've got through all of these ones down to 35, and then there's all of these other ones to go on, and there's some special issues and things. Maybe we'll have a look through those as well if we can find them and such like that. But yeah, as I said, there's these other ones like Amiga Action, which kind of had the title like this, Amiga Computing, which had a lot of different titles and that kind of things. The CU Amiga, or Commodore User, which went through Commodore User, and a flashy one, then CU for like Amiga and ST, I think it was, or something like that. I'm not quite sure, I can't remember. Then Amiga 64, so there's Commodore 64 and Amiga thing, and then just like CU Amiga and it went into whatever. And there's lots of these magazines. I was not scrolling because that's the end of it, that's okay. But yeah, there's a lot of those as well, and there's also, as I said, the one here. If we look through these covers as well, you can see we've got all these too, which hopefully we'll be able to find out quite a lot of the magazines to actually have a look through them whilst we're playing some of the games from the cover discs. It says here these are some of the cover discs that came along with it, and oh yes, there's one which you haven't come across, but we've seen in the magazines, Harlequin. So whenever we get to the one, we'll be able to see Harlequin. Well, this is one I've already kind of had a little look at, because you remember Battlements here, when Quasimodo was jumping across the battlements, as it says, and such like that. Because that's the one I wanted to just show, because it was one that's definitely stuck out in my mind as a fun little game to play and such like that. But yeah, there's all these other discs and things like that. So there's quite a lot to go through, and all interesting, just kind of like a look into the future, or future past, or past future, or whatever you'd want to say. Here we have Gloom. Can you imagine what Gloom is? What kind of game Gloom is? Gloom. Just think about it. And some Lemmings here as well. Oh, like Mortal Kombat 2 apparently as well. So yeah, and although these ones also had the fancy disc, which were kind of like see-through and coloured as well. So it's a pretty neat looking disc right there and stuff like that. So yeah, it's some interesting ones to come up on here. And also, this is one of their old ones, which they kind of obviously didn't have their special things to print on there, so they did this kind of thing as well. So that's pretty cool. And then yeah, very very basic ones here. This was the ST game that was on there, or whatever, and then this is the Amiga game that was on there. But yeah, so you had the one for ST, Amiga and PC, or the one for 16-bit games, and then just the one, and then the one for Amiga games, and then the one Amiga, whatever they went on to. So yeah, we got that. We got Your Amiga. We're gonna have a look at a few of the covers here as well. They don't seem to have a lot of them. I think there are more of these. They don't really have a lot of information about Your Amiga here, so maybe we won't be able to look through quite a few of them, because there's this is all the missing information they have. Yeah, quite a few things missing from this magazine, stuff like this. Ace as well. Ace, they seem to have, well, a few. They have a cover tape even here, and a few covers of the magazines and stuff like that. Oh, there's an Arnold right there from Total Recall apparently there. Game Baby. Oh gosh, does anybody want a Game Baby? Well, there we go. That's let's do a little bit of a. Ooh, gosh, Arnie, calm down. Can I? Hello, Arnie. There we go. Oh, it's a Game Mate rather than a Game Baby. I don't know if it's a Game Mate or a Game Baby. I can't quite tell. But there we go. And oh gosh, I've zoomed in a little bit much here. Can I reset my zoom? There we go. And there's 0 as well. Let's see. So we might be able to find all of certain ones here, but yeah, there's quite a few ones here. There's some cover discs that they have as well. Yeah, I definitely remember having this cover disc. What else do I remember? Any of these other ones as well? Did we have that one? Yeah, we might have had that one. That looks familiar and whatever. And just the style of the discs here look fairly familiar as well. But yeah, we definitely had this one. I think we might have had this one. And as I said, the other one which I brought up, this one here, looks familiar as well. But yeah, was it Magic Pockets and Magic Garden, whatever? Yeah, and yeah, well, anyhow, but we've got to look at now. What is this? Oh, it is a baby. It is indeed a baby. It's a game baby. Very good. So yeah, there was that. So yeah, and also since I might not be doing a lot of the Mario at the moment, since I kind of like just don't have the urge. So I was saying before, I said not that I'm kind of like not going to be doing it. It's just that at the moment it's just like I don't feel like giving it a go and whatever, because as you can probably imagine, with the Kaiser ones especially, it's a lot of grinding over the same things again and again and again, and at the moment I'm just not feeling it, and that's just the way it is, and I'm sure people understand. So since I'm not doing that at the moment, I can probably take some, if you've been missing the KT radio, whilst we're looking through some magazines and stuff, we can probably do some KT radio then. If you think, oh, I really want to listen to this song or that song, then we can bring that up. I won't do like playing it all in the background or whatever, because it might get a bit distracting. But if you want a song here or there, obviously you can put in a request for that. Also, I have an interesting thing, because a while ago Twitch set up a thing, and OBS set up a thing, so where you could save certain audio tracks to the VOD and not. And I just wanted to give it a try. So let's just play the usual startup song here. I don't know if people are watching, they can tell me, or I can watch back later and find out. Well, I can't watch back later because this is something that will only affect things going live if it does. So if I click this off, has the music in the background disappeared at the moment, or is the music in the background still going? And if I click a few other things, like I click that one back on, I click this one off, this one on, off, on, off, on, and then off and on. It stopped. Is it playing still now? Is it came back on now? Hopefully it's come back on now. But there's also another thing. Now it's not stopping me saying, okay, there's some other tracks and whatever, so it should go off like now. It should be, the music should have gone off. Yeah, cool. And then the music should come on now. So this is just me testing things out here. And apparently, if I do this other one, you should still be able to hear the music right now. The music should still be going on the background, but on the VOD, hi if you're watching on the VOD, hello Katie who's watching the VOD, the music should have stopped in the background, and then the music should have come back right now. So if it stopped when it was live, then that was not the intent of things. So if it was still going when I said it should have stopped just then whatever. So just one more check. If you're live, this shouldn't change anything. The music should still be going, but if you're watching the VOD, the music should stop now, and then I will magically click my fingers and the music will come back now. Fun fact for Katie in the future, Katie is good. Oh, thank you very much, Chaos. I believe you've already been bullied today, so you know. So yeah, the music should have kept on going for that tiny little segment there at the end, and now it's stopped, by the way. So that means obviously anything which I think probably is going to be like caught on the VOD and whatever, I can like just switch it off there so that it won't play back on the VOD, so that it won't go, oh no, we've figured out this music looks like it's from this thing and whatever, you know, all that business and whatever. So yeah, it should not give issues on the VOD as long as it doesn't come up on it. But yeah, so it's an interesting thing that you can do with OBS and Twitch, because of they had a thing they did a little while ago about this exact thing, basically. So that was my test there, and hopefully it all went well. So if I do this here, right, okay. So yeah, I can get onto this other bit that I've noted down when I do the other thing on Friday, because just for the future cliffhanger thing, I don't know. On Friday, I should be looking through the Seymour games, which are kind of... The first one was supposed to be a Dizzy game, but then the other ones were kind of like spin-offs, so I'll get into it more on Friday. But yeah, so here we go. We can get into, finally, this Amiga magazine here, Amiga Format issue, as it says, 35. It's slightly cut off on the side here. And apparently you could have won 5 A570 CD-ROM drives. Oh, they must be one. Gosh. We have a Marilyn Monroe here, who's apparently a paint by numbers Marilyn Monroe over here, and how to get great results in art, design, and music the easy way by cheating. So that's cool. Some graphic adventures, and look at this cow. Look at this amazing cow. That is a pretty amazing cow, I feel. There's like the hottest games being reviewed over here. And yeah, we'll get onto the discs here, but I'd like to... This is a very good car. I'd like to note that on the front of here we have The Trapdoor, or a still from The Trapdoor. Look, there's Burke, and there's Rog. And this is a very good cartoon, or not cartoon, stop motion. Very good children's thing, which is... fun to watch when you're an adult as well, but also it's created quite a while ago, but it's very fun. Oh, there's Boney down there. You can't see Boney very well. Boney is very white and blown out on here, which you can probably tell from the rest of the colours. It's a good chicken indeed. The Trapdoor, it's... I probably will do a link in my Discord later on when I'm watching this back, just so that people who don't know the Trapdoor, people just want to be reminded that the Trapdoor can do so if they forget to have a look themselves or whatever. But here, yeah, creepy, kooky, you can spooky. We've got the Addams Family thing again there. Yeah, what do they have down the side here? Because we saw what Amiga Power has down the side. They were asking for naked pictures of people, weren't they? Well, so let's ignore that. Here, but down here, what's it? Observation of the month. If only 1,245 people had voted the other way in 11 key seats, the Tories would not have got in. Ah, dear. Still fighting that fight. Ah, never mind. So yeah, other things here. Yeah, and on the cover disc, which we're going to obviously be looking at the cover disc this time, because this is a magazine which we haven't looked at the disc before. We have all these things. We have this thing here called Microbes, which obviously you'll be able to see what it's like, but here's some words about it. Shooting F, or F's increased firepower, and the S is a smart bomb token. So yeah, basically I think it's just like moving and shooting that you need to do here for this. Looks like the future of shareware. Oh yes, if you give money to the people who do shareware stuff. Easy Amos. So yes, as I said before, when I did my programming on the Amiga, it probably would have been, yeah, it would have been exactly this Amiga, as I say, which I've got the hard drive out of, which I still haven't got sorted out because I haven't cleaned out this other computer down here, because I just haven't felt like having a go at it yet. I've been, you know, recovering from having a vaccine and just being generally not feeling great and all that kind of thing and stuff like that. So and then now I'm kind of like not wanting to get myself full of dust before I go and see Starley and Co. Over in that direction. So I want to, you know, make sure I'm well enough to do that before I decide to you know, clean out this computer and such like that. But yeah, this Amiga is what I would have been using Amos on. And that's where I did kind of my first programming. I mean, technically the BBC Micro, I kind of was aware of the programming on that. I remember sitting with my dad and typing in something. It might have been from a magazine, but basically it was a simple thing which dotted a few triangles around on the screen, and then you were a little character which was supposed to avoid the triangles that were there. So a fairly simple game. It's probably typed in from a magazine, because my dad really wasn't into coding and stuff like that. I mean, at the time I thought, oh, my dad's done this coding thing, that's amazing. But you know, and now it's like my dad really didn't have the interest in that kind of thing to do that, so he probably copied it from a magazine. It's like, cool, I can make this thing on the screen move around and whatever. And so that was very fun for a young me to do, but not quite like that, no. He did introduce me to the joy of coding, as it were. But yes, so I picked up Amos. I tried to look some other things, but Amos was the one that I kind of used. I never really used this one, which was Easy Amos. Apparently it's obviously easier and whatever. So let's see what it says here. Amos has become established as the best language for novice programmers on the Amiga, but there are still plenty of people who find it too difficult to get a grip on. Enter Easy Amos, with some advanced features missing and a couple extra, specially designed features for people starting from scratch. So if you've always wondered just what this programming lark is all about, this disk is the place to start. And so yeah, it's still basic, the programming language basic, but we can have a look at some example programs. Like here is a rather blurry example program. Obviously we're able to look at it properly when we look at the disk. And yeah, it's got a tutor function. So we can see here, the most useful ability of Easy Amos is probably the tutor. This lets you view the output of a program in a small window and displays the commands while they are being executed. So you can view the program running and see just how it's generating the screen display. And the commands used to play sounds as they're being played. So it's kind of like a debugger, but more for learning, which is kind of an interesting way to do it. So yeah, there's this here, so you can like step through and whatever and see what instructions. Got next instruction mentioned here and whatever. And so I mean, it looks similar to the usual Amos, but obviously, as I said, there's some things which are different here. Obviously we could have a look through this here, but we can also have a look through the actual demo on the disc and stuff like that. CDTV owners, if you own a CDTV device, and who does, you're probably still in the shop wondering whether the discs work with your machine. Yes, they do, if you have a floppy disk drive connected, of course. Both the Spectacular Junior and Easy Amos discs work fine with one proviso. Quick Money is designed for 2 players, so you need a mouse and joystick. Excuse me, or 2 mice or 2 joysticks. However, you cannot connect these to a CDTV without a game brick device. They knew just what to name it, didn't they? Gosh, can you sell me a game brick, please? Gosh, get out the game brick so we can play 2-player. Totally, yeah. The reason for this incompatibility seems, I'm not totally sure, the crunching program used to compress the disk. So yeah, we'll check the new operating system, which the operating system on the Amiga was called Kickstart. Cinderblock. Yes, Game Brick. A new exciting thing. So here we go. We have a few games to look at. We have this microbe game to look at. We have the Easy Amos and whatever demos they've got included with that. We have something called Quick Money here. It's like a split screen thing, so I probably won't be able to obviously play it because it looks like it's a two-player thing, unless there's a it's AI player. That's the one. Gosh, my words are leaving me already. Never mind. We have one called Croak, which you might be able to get an idea of what Croak is. A clone of, and Hunter 3, which we won't really be looking at because it doesn't seem like there's much of a point to do it, but if you're interested in doing these kind of things on the Amiga, Hunter 3, oh gosh, I can't really see it, there we go, is by somebody called Neil Boffin, which is a great name for a programmer, isn't it? Neil Boffin. And then Hunter 3 is a sample ripper. So basically, yeah, if you get samples loaded into memory, you can scan it and pull out sound samples. It's basically what it does. As you can see, it's not very interesting to look at so much, but that might be a fun thing to do for people who want to do a little bit of playing around with various sound samples on the Amiga and stuff like that. Wouldn't a Rubik's Cube be a game brick of sort? Do I have mine around? No, I moved it because I have to move the fan up to where it usually would be. So you can possibly see if I go over to my camera. I normally have the WizKid. Well, you can see the back of the WizKid box here, but it would normally be facing forward, but then I've moved something else, the box that was up here, to put the fan up, and that's where my cube would usually be, so it's not there at the moment. Fascinating, I know, behind the scenes with Katie. So yeah, there's all that there, and also there's another thing that's on the other one. To the artist, a son. Is that a reference to something or whatever? I don't know. But anyway, this is a Spectracolor, which is a complete ham paint program. The ham was the hold and modify mode of the Amiga. I don't really know technically what it does, but I think that's basically what it does. It holds and then modifies, which means it can do more colours because it's changing something in the hold phase or something like that. Another edition of Behind the Scenes with Katie. Need some flashing music. To go on there. Do I have something which could be like the flashy music? I'll do this. There we go. Flashy. Welcome to Behind the Scenes with Katie. Or something. But yeah, so this is a basic. So it says here, you might have Deluxe Paint 2 or 3, but you can paint using all 4,096 colours of the Amiga. Or 4,096 of the Amiga's colours at once. Or no, can you paint with all of them? Just spin your chair and smile. It's not going to be easy. I'm kind of anchored with this headphone cable, and also I don't have a lot of room to spin around. My legs are actually underneath this desk at the moment, so it's yeah, not a good place to be spinning. I'd probably clobber my knees on something or whatever. But yes, with this you can, featuring unique blend set and wrap-on shapes. It's amazing. So yeah, you can. It's basically an art program. There's some fancy like color blending things. It looks like here. So always got a lot of information about how to do things here. So it's a fast menu and some tools on the side here, the usual kind of thing, draw lines, curves, texts and circles and things. TV show provides you in negotiating whether they're going to be withdrawn contracts. Well, if you've got some actual TV show people on it, they can give me a budget for a bigger studio and some wireless headphones that don't have a huge amount of latency to them. You know, so one of those little, packs that you stick on to you to hear things and whatever, something like that. Instead, I can be a proper presenter, like with a little clip-on mic or whatever, and just kind of go roving around and saying, gosh, look at all this space I can walk around in. Now I'm just going to come over here and look at Amiga magazines. I'm sure it'll be a surefire hit. But yeah, so here we go. Controlling Spectracolor. And there's a bunch of other things here. can do some stuff with some colours here. Oh, the extended menu here. We go to the side here. You'd watch. Well, yeah, I mean, you're watching this now, so we can do some kind of lighting things here as well with directions and intensity, contrast, and dithers. All this kind of thing going on, and gradients, and look at blending all these gradients and things like that. And yeah, there's a bunch of things you can do with it. And is this actually a full program? Yeah, recommended retail price, or RRP, of £60, the complete paint program. So yeah, this is an entire paint program on the disc here, and this is Sensible Soccer. Once again, as I said, it's kind of sensible being actually kind of sensible, really. I mean, there's some parts of it which aren't quite as sensible. I mean, this working properly, so I'm just trying to figure out. Yeah, it looks like it's working okay. Kind of look like, because the special reserve ad is kind of split over these two pages, and so I was thinking, is it gone off course already? But no. So what we're going to do is going to go over, surprise, surprise, shock and horror and all that, over to the Amiga, which obviously we haven't done for quite a while now, but I assure you we still do have an Amiga emulator. It's not Giddy. No, not on Giddy. We did Giddy. That's okay. So is it coverdisks is there. There we go. What are we saying over here? You prefer inappreciable soccer. Well, you kind of want your soccer to be interesting, I suppose, and normal soccer isn't very interesting to me, so having it being sensible is even more dull to me, really. But look at this. I'm not terribly fond of this grey background here, this bluey grey that's going on here, but it's a colour choice. And let me speed this up a bit so we can see all these things. Oh, this is the first disc, so this has just got the Spectra colour on here, and we can look at all the different animations here. Trash can. Well, here we go. Chaos. So we've got a trash can here, so that you'll feel a bit at home with the trash can. Here's a drawer. So I don't know. Does anybody live in a drawer here? They can feel at home for people that live in a drawer. You were going to paint my walls blue-grey. No, I'm not really much of a fond. Whatever. Put the words in the right order. Trash gang for life, indeed. Trash gang in a trash can. And if we load up the trash can, there's nothing in there at the moment, so it's empty. It's free real estate. So, yeah, cool. So let's see. Let's load up Spectracolor. Oh, dear me. Got a bit of a burps going on here. But wait, it says on the cursor, and this is sped up, by the way. Here we go. So you can see you've got some kind of weird. Hang on, let me just change things around here so I can see things a little better. Yeah, so we can like draw things on here, but you can see you've kind of got a weird like halo around some of these things. I'm sure that's something to do with this ham mode. I set up the appointment for the house painting 3 months ago. Now you want to cancel 16 hours before you start the job. Well, it saves you on your travel time, doesn't it? I mean, or is that how long you have to wait in the airport beforehand? 16 hours, and so you're there right now, and whatever. I don't know. I've never flown in a plane in my life, and you know. The way things are with planes and stuff like that, I you know, don't have any less anxiety about it as time goes on, really. But yeah, so we can colour in with a few different things around here. Oh gosh, that's going to be a thing. I think this is how it does some different colours and stuff like that. I don't know if you can see that, but that's kind of got two colours mashed together there. I'm now in customs, you have to deal with this. Gosh, well, I apologise. I must have forgot that I made that appointment. But yeah, so it looks like if you pick like different colours, what it does, and this probably works a little bit better on a CRT, it kind of puts two colours very close to each other. Going to be a few for this. Oh dear. But yeah, can I select this one and do the same thing as well? it's not necessarily completely obvious, but I mean you could possibly see it on some of these, especially this orange one. It's kind of got a green tinge on the side of it, so it's kind of, that seems to be how it's doing different colours and things, and apparently this is how you get more stuff. There we go, we can like go to some different colours around here. So if we want something like, I want this colour here, and oh yeah, you can see definitely a stark two colour thing going on there. If you look at down the one side, you kind of got a greyish on one side, and then on the other side it's kind of like an orangey kind of colour and stuff like that. So I imagine, as I said, on a CRT this might look a little bit better because of the mode that it was in. And that, can I make it go down even more? No. But yeah, so basically it's a basic paint program, stuff like that. Can I click the right? Here we go. Do they put any pictures on here which we can load up? Yeah, scroll wheel isn't going to work, Katie. It doesn't look like it says anything here. Let's have a look in C. Does C bring anything up for us? No, it just looks like program files of some sort. Does this go backwards? It does go backwards. Yeah, des fonts lives prefs S. I don't think any of these, yeah, none of these are actually pictures, I don't think. I know. Is there an actual pic file I can look at here? I don't think this is actually going to help me. What about an L also? No. Well, I don't think we can load up any pictures here at the moment, but you get the idea. It's just a paint program, and obviously it seems like it would work a lot better on an actual Amiga. Maybe the two colour thing is something to do with the hold and modify thing going on there. Maybe it can emulate it slightly in this or something like that, because yeah, it seems very strange that it would do that kind of thing, you know, in real time or whatever. But maybe it did, maybe it didn't, I don't know. However, we have the other disc which we can load up now, which I'm going to do. You're just being helpful indeed. Well, thanks for helping. So could just whatever B, and here we have all this stuff on here. So I'll put a save down here. Let us first, well, let's have a look at Easy Amos. You can see it's kind of good animation kind of thing here. It scrubs out the A. This microbes, you blast the microbes. This money thing opens up the orb, which has a lot of money in the orb. It has a dollar on it, so you feel at home there. Chaos. And Croak, which is just a ball which just inverts colours here, and these other things. The book opens, the wrench closes shut in there. So yeah, some interesting stuff. But let's start with Easy Amos. And so yeah, oh yeah, by Francois Lyonnais, I guess that would be, wouldn't it, if they're French. And you can see here we've got a thing, we can load things in and run things, but obviously we can't run things if we don't have anything loaded in, so we have to load something in first. And what do we have? We have an EA folder, which is not Electronic Arts, it's obviously Easy Amos, so we'll go into that. Preferred slow money. Well, that's just normal life, isn't it, to get money very, very slowly. So I think these, oh no, we've got some more down there. So these are our demos, so we might as well have a look through all of these. So 10-liner. I think this is kind of like is kind of a like a coding challenge that people can set for themselves. Make a program in 10 lines, and yeah, sometimes they come out looking a bit garbled and stuff like this, but what we've got here is little colons here indicate like a new line. So technically it's not really 10 lines, but technically it is. Yeah, so you can see all the code goes over this way, so it's kind of cheating in the 10 lines and whatever. But if we just run this up here, you see the very telltale brown background of Amos. Oh, this is kind of like a a defender kind, or what do they call it? gosh. Oh no. Please leave my towers of Hanoi alone. Oh no. Can I get a right click? Don't think so. This is very, very loud, isn't it? Oh gosh, leave my... Oh gosh, what do they call them? They're like pyramids, but they're not pyramids. They're the I kind of forgot what they call them. Well, apparently they're cities. But yeah, if I want to quit out of that, do I push escape? Oh no, that does that. How do I quit out? Amiga, how do I quit out of an Amos? Oh gosh, tab, no. Delete, no. Oh gosh, how do I? Step pyramids, yeah, those things, but the actual names of them, I'm sure there is. Yeah, how do I? Control, escape, shift, escape. Oh gosh, I've forgotten how to operate. I'm sure I could... Ziggurat, I think that's the one I'm looking for. Thank you very much. Let's go back and see if I can find some information. Here, I think there's another name as well I'm trying to think of, but I don't know. How to load programs. You can run this, you can move the part to run, and then how do I exit the program? Okay, finally stop an easy Amos program running. You have to push escape key twice. Okay, pressing it once puts you into direct mode. It wasn't doing that though, was it? Okay, let's go back to OK here. So push escape. Tapping escape more than once. Oh! Oh no! Oh dear. Can I quit, please? I'm guessing it's not going to let me quit for some reasons. Yes, I hope she's okay. Please let me quit. I want to quit. No, not function escape. That seems like a bad idea. Oh gosh. Well, apparently the thing that's supposed to make me quit is not letting me quit. Let me load it from here and start again. That is a bit surprised. I would imagine so. So let's load up instead. Once it wants to finish reading from the directory here. Let's go for this balloons demo here and go OK, speed it up a bit. So if we run this one, yeah, telltale brown screen as I say. I push escape and it escapes out of it. What was wrong with that other program? It just didn't let us escape. Yeah. I mean, the question really is, who is more surprised? Is it Starly or Stars? Who's more surprised by the whole thing? But yeah, so basically you see this is a thing, and make a wave for the sound. Oh, we got some dimension things here. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I could run it again because I just wanted to see if I could quit out of it first. Or something like that. Look at the background as well, it's got some shapes. Backgrounds make some shapes. Swearing from the kitchen was yes. So here we got the copper chip working here, from that to gradient in the background. We've got some sprites going around the screen. We've got some other stuff happening with the background, which I don't quite sure how it's doing the apparently. I'm not quite sure how it's doing the shapes and stuff like this, but it's probably using, well, this is the wave thing. It's using the actual sine function in here to create a sound that it's from SX0 to 255. So it's probably 255 bit sample or something like that, or characters. So it's not bits. It'll be words or whatever that's putting into there. These dimension things, I think this is like what do you call them in other languages? Arrays or things like that. So this is like X has got 10 values in it and things like this. And then you've got the for next loop here, so it goes from 0 to 255. Set wave to and whatever S thingy here to whatever volume of 20. Yeah, it's been a while since I've used this, so or Amos or anything like this. So it'll be a while. Oh, this is how you do the backgrounds here. Oh, this is making it easier to scroll like this, so I can see what's happening, because it's not easy to figure out where I am otherwise. But here we go. So to initialize the screen that you're going to be drawing to, you say screen open, and the dimensions of it. So it's screen 0 first, and then it's 320 pixels by 200 pixels, 16-bit colors. I think they're just 16 colors, I think, or something like that. And then low res. Yeah, I think 16-bit colors, because it seemed like more than 16, didn't it? Low res, so I'm not sure what that does. But then set rainbow, which is the whole gradient background thing, which is what the copper chip is going to be doing. And I don't know the input to this function here, but yeah, it puts in these things to get that particular rainbow. So you set the rainbow, and then you call the rainbow thing to actually make it appear in the background. Get bob palette, hide and flash off. Say the bobs, they're going to be in here. Demo version. Oh, so yeah, I can't look at the Bob editor and whatever to see what here. Yeah, I can't see things. So setting up the bobs rather than the sprite, and the bobs are sprites with extra stuff, I think. Anyway, if you understand anything about coding or whatever. So hide and flash off. Basically, you see this little cursor, it's flashing. That flash off stops it from doing that, and stops all the other colours which would be linked to that colour from flashing as well. Because if that flash off was not there, and we did run here like this here, you see the flashing here, the other bits that were the same colour, I don't know if there's anything on the screen here, it's the same colour as that, but it would be pulsing and flashing like that as well. Doesn't seem to be doing that at the moment though. Hide, if we get rid of that, it'll not hide the cursor, so look at the cursor here. Yep, the cursor's, well, it was still there, but I think it's been copied over, so yeah, you don't have to worry about it. And this double buffer is a way of not making the screen flicker so much. So what you do is you have like basically two canvases. You draw to your one, and then you say, okay, and that's going on the screen now. And then you draw to your next one, and then you take the one off the screen and put the other one on, so that you're not drawing onto the screen whilst the television is trying to draw on to the screen as well. So you don't get, you know, tearing and things like that happening with it. And there's an auto back, that's a specific Amos function. Bob update off, so it can do it's there, or they can do their own thing here. So for each of the balloons here it goes through, it makes this dx thing a random number, and the dz, so that's probably the speed, since it's a dx and a dz. Oh no, so dx and dy, sorry. It's probably changing the speed of the thing, so they're going to float around. Let me just have a look and see how the balloons behave. Let's follow one here. So this balloon's going up here. It bounces off the wall. And bounces off here. Are there any of them like slowing down or changing direction or anything like this? Because they just seem to all just be bouncing around, don't they? Oh, that was with the flash off. You saw a bit more flashing of the background. That's because it picks the certain colour, which I didn't turn the flash on. But yeah, apparently it's supposed to be changing the, yeah, whatever. Or maybe I've got that wrong, because it does say random in there, so it should be changing the speed or something like here, because then we change the X. I don't know what's happening here. I'd have to look at it a bit more to actually figure it out and stuff like that. And the background shapes, it goes through cycles through -1 to 15 or whatever, or 0 to 15. Yes, so it starts on -1, then does C equals C plus 1, so it starts on 0, and then if it reaches 15, it goes back to 0, so it goes between 0 and 15, and then picks the ink colour of whatever it is, and then goes from 1 to 28 here, and just clears the bobs and does other things. Makes some noises. Yeah, plays various sound samples. Oh, if Q mod 4, so basically that's what it's doing there. So you got the do 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 of the background things. This is what it's going through. It's basically using modular arithmetic just to pick one of the notes every so often whenever this Q updates. Interesting. This is the main loop, I think, here, but it goes from 1 to 28, so I don't know what's happening here exactly. Ah, dear. So, yes, playing 1, 2, 1, 2 at different... I don't know, maybe there's frequency things going on here. Stop balloons from leaving the screen. We can try and change some things around here to see if it changes the sound. So if we run this, it should change the music. It definitely changed it. Having not looked through this too much, but then that's the end of it. Draw the small pattern on the full screen. Set pattern. Bar, I don't know what this bar thing does. Bob draw, screen swap. I don't know what this is. This is all doing. But yeah, so that is a lot of stuff here. If we load, it's probably not going to ask us if we want to save because that was that 10-line structured. Oh, here we go. So that one, which is a bit difficult to read, they've actually laid it out so it's more easy to read here. But then if you want to exit, how do you exit? Oh no, let's go back up a bit here. So let's say how to actually exit the program. That's end game, but that's not exit. Fire shall check for hits, start everything moving. Start of level. Draw a pretty background with the rainbow thing as well. Yeah, so I don't know how you're supposed to exit out of that one, so we won't go into it again. So here we've got a Bob editor. We'll load that up. Can't fit program into editor buffer. Change buffer size. Yes. Here we go. So I've got super speed here at the moment. We'll put run. Should be able to load in here. So this is how you can draw some pictures for your game and or whatever else you're making. There we go. This is the gosh, click the thing please. This is the squiggle monster there, and we can do some other things here. There's an animation thing here. Current Bob not saved into bank. Continue. No. So I think you have to save it and then do other things so you can animate them and stuff like that. And this is probably the quit button. There we go. It fades out all nice and stuff like that. So you can edit things in here. So there's a lot you could just figure out with this this demo here. What's this bounce demo? Oh, there we go. Run this. Yeah, it's... Oh, no, that's a super speed. Okay, it's slowing down a bit. Can I affect the movement of it at all with anything? Don't know if I can. Oh, it's starting up again. What an interesting gradient thing going on in the background with the circles. Let's see if it says anything else here. Set an array to rotate the colours. Place the picture on the screen and hide it behind. Oh, and hide mouse pointer, bounce and rotate the colours. Yeah, it's a fairly simple little thing, really. Scan curve 69. 69 is obviously the escape and then edit. So yeah, nice if you want to do that. But yeah, so this is your palette of colours and you're cycling through them to do your background thing and sample play random things. So it's like a random frequency thing it's playing it back at and all that kind of thing. So let's load things in here. That's the bounce demo. Rainbows. We want to load in some rainbows. Here we go. Oh gosh. So rainbows, static. Press the left mouse button. Ooh. And they will bounce around. Ooh. This is nice. And it's back to static again. Cool. Escape. Here we go. What else do we have on here? So that was the rainbow. Zooming. We got the zoomies. There we go. Zooming disk. Oh gosh, I've got my fast forward. Can I turn my fast forward off, please? Thank you very much. Processing. Oh, wow, it's doing stuff. What is it processing? Oh, gosh. Let's go. It's got some nice trans colours in the background there. Yes, obviously the processing was for the zoom. Or what's called zooming. So there we go. So if we load up the next one here, what do we have? Bob's demo. We run this. Easy aim whilst Bob's in action. So here we have a few things flying around, and yeah, it's basically showing what they can do. But it's just generally a demonstration of all of this kind of thing happening. This is the different items. One of them being the helicopter, one will be something else, and whatever. So yeah, there we go. What else do we have? Space dodge? Gosh. If you get in a space jam, you'll need to space dodge. So let's see what we have. Use the mouse keys to avoid UFOs. Oh, you do this, do you? Okay, interesting. I think I remember seeing this. But yeah, I'm using left and right click to avoid these I think I call them Oreos, but they're not quite, are they? Kind of slightly thicker Oreos. Oh gosh, I went a bit fast over there. And they keep giving us more and more things to dodge. Oh gosh, and that's a different looking thing. Oh no, it's getting dangerous. So many things attacking me now. Oh no, please, avoid. Avoid everything. Yeah, get through here. Squiggle this way and that way. So yes, it's a pretty good thing for anybody who is wanting to make some little games and such like that and figure out how it all worked, which I was, you know, back in the day. I mean, obviously, as I said, I didn't use the easy AMOS here. I used just the normal AMOS because I, you know, understood programming enough to be able to do that. But obviously, if somebody needed some extra assistance with all the different things that were available, this would be a very good thing to have. Oh gosh, oh no, it's all going wrong. Both mouse keys to play again. No, I think we'll quit. I'll quit. Can I quit? Can I quit? Oh, here we go. We quitted. Fine. And there's a tutor thing as well, wasn't there? So apparently, yeah, we got the little thing in the window here. So if I push play here, it'll just program not initialized. We'll initialize the program and then play it. Oh, is it going? Yeah, it's going line by line. You can see which line is being indicated here. And because these are just like notes and not the actual program here. Okay, so setting up this thing here, which doesn't do anything visible. Here we go, screen open. That's setting the screen up for when we want to draw on it. Oh, yeah, we've got the palette, and we've got that sorted out here. Then turn the cursor off is the next one. So let's see. Yep, cursor's been turned off there. We clear the screen to 0, which is black. Flash off, so yeah, we're not going to see anything happening there. Hide. We hide the cursor, but we've already kind of... Or is it hide the mouse pointer instead? I don't know. But it's done that. If I go ahead a little bit, it'll go through like things like this. Or for Z for 1 to 150, so here we go, it's going through the different values here. Okay, how do I stop it doing things? Oh gosh. Oh no. Oh, I managed to... Oh gosh. No. Break out of it. So yeah, values. Can I see what Z is? Oh no. Never mind. So this is give you an idea of how to use that kind of thing. You can step through it and see how things working. It's kind of, as I said, like a debugger, but also just kind of like a teaching tool as well, which is good. Space dodge. I already had this one, didn't I? I accidentally loaded up again. Yeah, boss demo. So if we go down here, we have cloning demo and sound explorer. Oh no, don't do that one. Cloning demo. Screen clones. So if you want to clone your screen, this is what you do and how it works. Oh gosh. Made it big, and this is kind of thing you can do with your cloned screens. See, I'm guessing the screen is that thing there, and it's, yeah. Ooh, gosh, doing whatever it's doing here. This is like the world's most aggressive return carriage on a typewriter. There we go, we have this, and this is the code to do all this thing. So you clone probably a few different screens and then layer them, do all the bits, business and such like that. And yeah, it's the code to do that. And then the last thing that's on here was the thing that was at the bottom. Okay, there, the Sound Explorer. Oof, I can see what this is like. Run! Oh, this is pretty cool. We have a filter, we have music. Ooh! I turn the volume down. There we go. That's just the master volume of the thing. Interesting. Ooh, a bit of a jam, yeah. Hang on, let's... These voices don't seem to be doing anything. We turn that off and we can push things on the keyboard here. ZX. Here we go, yeah. A boom. Ooh, and a shoot. I think these are like built-in effects that you can have. You can choose the octave of things here, like if I want to go, I'll do it on the actual keys here. Oh, there we go. Turn up. Oh! and so on. But yeah, you can turn all these other ones off so you don't have those making noise. And there's that. And there's that. Almost. I don't think I was in the right key, but anyway. Some tippy tappings going on there. Ooh. What's something? Oh, we go back to start again. Just playing around some things now. I've only got a filter as well. Okay, that cuts off some of the top. So yeah, there we go. Welcome back, Starly. It's good to hear the stars is okay, and this is what you came back to. So yeah, there's that as well, which is that's all coded into, well, quite a few lines actually. Not as many as you might think. So yeah, I got all that in there, and there's probably a little bit more over here, which has got some in there. We go back over here. Yeah, so it's that there. So if we load back up to here, there are these other games. Now, the Hunter thing, that was just the sample thing, so that's not interesting to look at. So we have Microbes, Croak, and Quick Money. What do people want to look at first? Oh, I think I'll throw it out to people to have a pick. Oh dear, excuse me. Nobody have any suggestions? Nobody have any ideas? Don't know if you can drag and select. Microbes, Croak, or Quick Money? What do people want to see first? I guess people are just like overwhelmed by the amount of selection available for them. Okay, well, since nobody's making any suggestions at the moment, we'll just go for Quick Money. See what that's like. You vanished. Oh gosh. But it is late in the 21st century. The public imagination is captured by network-sponsored duels. Participants fight in arenas, remotely controlling the machines, watching their wits against each other, against pre-programmed drawings. Can't read this fast. There is money to be made. So it's like Robot Wars. Best kind of protest was setting yourself on fire. Well, yes, that's worked in the past, hasn't it? Oh gosh. F1 player control. Can I just have like an AI? Oh gosh, what is this? A cash card bounced in. Might need the units to find more effective options. Yes. Well, you need to kind of make it obvious what you're protesting against, and do it in a place where people who are going to be, persuaded by it are going to actually see it, and not just at home. Or was it just a trial run? Yeah, mostly yes. I wouldn't recommend setting yourself on fire as a form of protest, but here we go. So yes, I think this is just like a 2-player. I'm not going to be able to do a 2-player thing, but he just needed a haircut. There's better ways to do it. So yeah, player 1 at the top, player 2 at the bottom, and I'm player 2 down here. Okay, so I get to move around and shoot things, and yeah, that blows up that. Can I pick up a thing, or is that just where the other one spawns? Okay, gosh, I'm getting confused. Can I pick this up, or is this... Okay, he's got a rapid fire thing going on here. Does this hurt? It does hurt, okay. Oh, the bouncing ball is coming down here. So what's the goal here? We just shoot things, I guess. Try to get as many points without dying, but they've already died. Hang on, can they click to reappear? No? Gosh, there's a thing. Well, this might be good if there was another player to join in. But unless I'm getting anything wrong, when one player dies, then there's not much that can be done, really. Hi, please touch me, I wish to be touched. Please come here, please touch me, thank you. No, touch me more, please. I am touch-starved, please. Thank you. This is not going to work, is it? Never mind. Well, that is what quick money is. So, since people are not setting themselves on fire and possibly here now, which one do you want to look at next? Microbes or Croak? I'm guessing that's supposed to say Croak. So there we go. Go on to this here and see. Well, you kind of saw from the magazine. This is of what this is. But if you don't know what it is, you'll be able to see soon. Ribbit. So yeah. 1-player game, Fire in Port 2, because, of the way the Amiga is set up. So yes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's try and get in the end one first. No. Boing, 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 boing. Oh, gosh. Uh-oh, the turtles are going. Boing, 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 boing. Oh, got hidden there. Boing, boing. Oh, gosh, nearly hit that car or lorry or whatever. Boing, boing, boing. I'm getting over here now. Boing, boing. Could have gone for the fly, but didn't want to hold on too much. Okay, calm down. The fly there, am I going to get it? Yeah, got some more points. Boing, 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 boing. Boing, boing, boing. And, gosh, we can try and go for the fly again. Here we go. Oh, we're running out of time a bit. No, that was for the one frog. So each frog has a time limit on it to get to safety. I don't think I want to go and see the spider. Boing, boing, boing. There we go, and then there's one left. Oh! A little bit too eager on my boings there. Oh yeah, you slide over the remains. Boing, boing, boing. That is a very good frog. A very excited looking frog. There we go. So yeah, the remains still stay there, and you do, as I say, just slide over it. Hi. Oh gosh. Oh, there's a chicken. Hello, chicken. There's a chicken. Is the chicken going to cross the road? Oh gosh. Oh no, oh no. Ah! I was, oh gosh. Hi, chicken. Oh no. Ah! It's all going not so well. Okay. Oh no. Missed the bank. Bark, bark, bark. Oh gosh. Well, that caught me slightly off guard. Ah, ribbit. I have to select for this, can I not? Gosh. Where is things? There we go. There we are. So I'll try and beat my score that I set there, and then we'll see how things go. I remember that about this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Go. First one. Uh-oh. Fortunately, the turtles were with me there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Slightly precarious here. Let's get in there. Bang, 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 bang. With that frog head thing, it seems a little bigger than usual emotes, or maybe it just seems bigger than the usual emotes. Oh dear. Ah, okay, we're going this way. Oh. I didn't boing when I wanted to boing, and then I kind of boinged too late. Uh-oh. Okay, we're not getting ahead of that. Let's try. Boing. My boings weren't fast enough. Gosh. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Hello, chicken. Chicken hasn't made any noise yet. Maybe they're a bit shy. Okay. Uh-oh, uh-oh, oh! Whoop. Somehow that worked. Ah, gosh, that's a fast lane. Hello, chicken. Buying. Thank you. Uh-oh, chicken. I'm guessing you're not going to be friendly to a frog. Oh gosh. Can I? Oh! Ah! Woof! Okay. It's all getting a little bit hairy, or whatever the equivalent is for a frog. Oh! My boing didn't boing. Uh-oh. Hi. The lumberjacks aren't working. Yeah. Thank you for the... what do you call it? Nature information. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Ah! A little bit daredevil, but anyway, I beat the previous score. Let's pop this all down here to say such. There we go. So that was Croak, and I would say, what do people want to play next? Do they want to play Microbes? Or Microbes? Or perhaps Microbes? Because, in case no one's mentioned it, boing, indeed. Boing, 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 boing. Craftwork? Really? Hello, Herodian, but Craftwork? Really? What is that exactly from? Microbes, yes, thank you very much, Dahlia. I'm slightly distracted by the whole Craftwork thing. I mean, I don't know very much about Craftwork, but the little I know, it seems like it might be right. It's a very good microbe. It's not going up on the screen there. First rock on Electric Cafe, boing boing check. Oh, sorry, boing boom check. Okay, we'll have to look at that later. But here we go. So this is somebody in New Zealand who made this. Oh gosh, look at that face. By Jeff Minter's Llamatron. Really? I know this game, and that I wouldn't have thought it would be. I mean, the sound effects definitely seem very Llamatron or Jeff Mintry. But the US government, in their never-ending quest for total world domination, developed the ultimate in germ warfare. How unfortunately it's gone out of control with a microbe threatening to destroy all of civilization. The US military has turned to you for help. Gosh. You are Major Gung-Ho. Oh dear. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to destroy all traces of the virus. To aid you in this seemingly impossible task, you are given access to the NAT, Giga Nano Assault Tank. Okay. After being miniaturized to the size of a fly's tooth, you board the NAT and begin your task of destroying the deadly microbe. Move left and right. Press the big button to fire the weapon. I don't have a big button, I have lots of small buttons. I have some big buttons on the top, but they wouldn't work for this. There's smart bomb to press level down. What? Do not let mutants hit the outer guide rail. Yep. Shooting objects enable you to benefit from their abilities. Yes. There we go. Yes, on my control panel. Good luck. Well, since the US government has apparently messed up, oh, this is a demo. We don't want to go into the demo, we want to just play the game. Yep, cool. So this little thing around the outside, and we spin around and we shoot into the middle. Like this. And we have to destroy, well, all the things in the Petri dish, basically. And our shots only go so far. There we go. You have to shoot the big bits, I think. Because those are the bits that replicate. Oh gosh. But obviously when you destroy the big bits, they shatter into the smaller bits, making it harder to shoot the big bits. Well, yeah, we've got to stop these things from reaching the outside. Oh yes, and if they grow enough, then they hatch into these things, I think it is. Oh, there's an F. Give me an F. Oh gosh. Ah, shoot. It's my, oh, that's my smart bomb. Sorry. This is apparently how we do it. Oh gosh, this is difficult though. You can see why it took a while. These are wily microbes. Oh gosh. So yeah, I gotta get these. One last thing before it starts multiplying. Oh dear. There we go, got it. And gosh, there's more. Oh no. Well, this is bad. Oh no, lots of them hatch. No, you can't touch the outside. Please. Oh no, this is all going wrong. Oh no. Oh gosh. Smart bomb them. Well, there we go. Sorry about the flashing, but you know, it did say it was inspired by a Jeff Minter game, so you know. Smart bomb. Strange thing is, I'm pushing the fire button. Sometimes it... Oh, I think you have to keep on hammering it to make it do things. I don't know how this works. There we go. Oh, gosh. Oh, this is... fancy. Gosh, this is really replicating over here. Get back to where you once belonged. I don't know. Oh gosh, more. Okay, so I think I've got some of the idea. You kind of... yeah, shoot a bunch and you... never mind. Oh gosh. What's this? Oh gosh, I think it's slowing down a bit. Let's bomb them. Okay, we got all of that. And we've got to get this. There we go. Oh no! Why do they do this? This is rude. And yeah, so left and right makes you go clockwise and anti-clockwise, or the other way around, I don't know exactly, but that kind of thing. So you can find yourself going in the wrong direction occasionally. So yeah, you can kind of shoot through to the middle here, but it's really very awkward. Or you've got to wait for them to explode when they're in the middle, I don't know. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay, and there's a couple in there. Did I get... Oh, I've got to get these other ones. Bomb them! Okay. Did I have any smart bombs? Oh gosh, I missed that. Oh, okay. So yes, it's an interesting game. Fun to play in that, but obviously a little bit hectic. Oh my. Oh dear. No, right. Oh gosh, this is not helping me. Oh gosh. Oh, get away from the edge. Get away. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh no, they're over there. Help. Oof. Shoot that. I know. Oh. Well, I think that was game over. So there we go. That was the games on that there. Very good games, I think, actually. Don't know about the quick money one. Would have to actually have more than one player to figure that out, or to play that and see if that was a good game or not. But yes, it's good to have the drawing program on the front. That was a pretty cool thing for them to include, and also the easy AMOS. That was pretty neat as well. So yeah, this is all in all so far, with the cover disc and whatever up to here, you know, especially with the funky cow on the cover, all a very good magazine so far. So this would have been like a 10 out of 10 for me at the time. As I said, I think we actually did have this magazine. I remember the label on the magazine here. So yeah, we had this one. Definitely would be a 10 out of 10 from a young Katie. So here we go. We saw all this here. What's Special Reserve giving us or trying to sell to us? I have the Rainbow Collection, $9.99. Very good value for all those games. Wheels of Fire. Gosh. Turbo Outrun, Chase HQ, Hard Driving, and Power Drift on there. The Hollywood Collection, Ghostbusters 2, Indiana Jones, RoboCop, and Batman. Not bad. Would probably prefer buying this earlier. Yeah, kind of, yeah. Wheels of Fire, when you set yourself on fire. Yes, that's not a very good idea to do that. What's this one? Oh, it's got Hard Driving in there. TNT compilation. Definitely Hard Driving. Is that tubing? I don't know what these other ones are. I can't tell. Monster Pack? You're not planning on doing it again? Yes, I wouldn't suggest it. Is this Shadow of the Beast? It looks rather Shadow of the Beasty. Might be Shadow of the Beast 2 or something. I'm not sure. Doesn't look like Shadow of the Beast's artwork though. That says Killing Game Show, I think, and this one is... I'm not sure unless it's the different games. Oh, I don't know. Fists of Fury! Oh, Dynamite Ducks, that's a pretty good one. Haven't seen that yet, but that's a pretty neat one. And there's some other ones, Shinobi... Last Ninja, is that? Or something? I don't know. Oh, yeah. Oh, got Jimmy White's Whirlwind Snooker and Steve Davis's World Snooker. So there we go. You get a choice between whether you prefer Jimmy White or Steve Davis there. Leisure Suit Larry, of course. Here, Golden Axe, good game. I've got a Ferrari one over here. Formula 1 Ferrari thing. Oh, that reminds me, I did have a look, because I was saying previously, and I don't know if Stars knew this already and just wasn't around, or whether Stars didn't know this, or just didn't feel like talking to me about it, which is absolutely fine. But I did a little bit of research on my own, because I was saying last time how, you know, the Formula 1 tends to... or had a certain number of circuits for the 1 year that was mentioned, and the thing. What did you miss? I think it was the last stream. I was talking about the Formula 1 tracks that were available in this, what's it, 1991 game or whatever. And I was wondering whether they, you know, added more tracks, or whether the tracks had changed their courses and things like that, you know. And so I just had a look into the development history of the Silverstone circuit. So apparently it started off... Oh gosh, that's not good. Apparently that's okay. Apparently it started off as RAF Silverstone. You can see a couple of, or 3 runways, I think, going across here. So we've got RAF Silverstone here, and then we have, this is Silverstone prior to 1991. Can I open this up in a new window? Here we go. So this is what it would look like. So you can see this is the start finish line, whatever, and you've got a lot of straight lines going on around here. So obviously this is probably quite dangerous for drivers and such like that, having a lot of straight lines like that. So obviously later on they've added in... You're reading about this in topping RAC handbook. The Scarlet got cool. So yeah, so we got here. They've obviously added some more twists and turns and things. We've got a couple of straights still here, obviously, because you've got to have a couple of straights on there to get some speed and stuff like that to be to have something fun and whatever. We've got some different circuits that go around the different things here. This one actually goes down one of the old runways, I think, here. But yeah, so you got a little bit here, and you've got kind of bends around here, so you can't get up too much, you know, speed around the corner, I guess. Most of our tracks started RAF strips. Yeah, obviously they kind of like sorted out, they seem like the right kind of size for that kind of thing, really, don't they? But yeah, so I was obviously adding some more bends and other things here, to slow the drivers down, to make sure that they didn't injure themselves and things like that. But apparently this is the current configuration, which is different from this other one, because you can see here we've got a couple of bumps at the top here, a bit around here, and then it kind of flattens out and goes around here. But this one, you've got the couple of bumps, it's rotated a bit, but it's got a couple of bumps here, and it does the same kind of bit here, but then it kind of goes more diverting in to the whole track and then out again. So you can see like the, if I actually open this up here, you can see this is where the other line is kind of going around here instead, but then this version of the track goes round here to give it more of a more turns and things like that. But that's the new Grand Prix circuit. There's a motorcycle Grand Prix, a bridge Grand Prix circuit, a national circuit which is a lot smaller, international circuit, which is the other half here, Stowe circuit. It's like a mini circuit within it. That's pretty neat. Whatever. And Silverstone World RX layout. I don't know what part that's based on. I'm trying to see here. I don't know, but it's kind of interesting to see. Oh, here we've got previous configurations of things here. Changes made from 1949 to the present. So yeah, starting back, the original was the grey, or the black here going around here, and then they obviously add some more bendy bits in here later on and such like that, and whatever. Just oh, they changed like the starting position, I suppose. It depends on what race it's going for. City Centre, Super Prix, wow. But yeah, it's just kind of interesting. Normally I'm not too interested in, you know, motor racing and things like that, but you know, this particular thing, because I have a thing that I'm interested in, kind of like the changes to what would you call it? Sponsored by Halfords. sounds about right. Like buildings and roads and other things around, just things like that. I'm interested in changes to that, you know, as just general housing and businesses and things like that. So it's interesting to see like old pictures of places where there was some buildings and where there aren't now, and that kind of thing, where roads have changed, where they go, and all that kind of thing. And when you look at a building, sometimes you see, like, you can see in the bricks, you can see like doorways have been bricked over and windows have been bricked over, and you know, you can see where there's new bricks been added for like an extension and things like that. It's always kind of been interesting to me. So I suppose this is repurposed buildings. Cool. So yeah, it's always kind of been like a general interest thing for me, to look into that kind of thing. So I suppose with these changing circuits like this is another one of those kind of things, how they're kind of repurposing the land, and obviously what it was previously, as I said, an RAF base here. There used to be a building. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to kind of see these things and what these old buildings were, because, you know, where I was growing up, there was this one building which was an Oxfam, which used to be... Should I be upset? But there's this building which used to be an Oxfam, which used to be before that a school set up by somebody in the area, before, you know, actual proper schools were in place and whatever. I hope there's nothing too bad that's happened in Minecraft. But anyway, yes, I was just generally interested in that kind of thing, so that's just came up from the Ferrari thing here. But yeah, Wolf Child. What's this? Power Up Comp. So we got things like, we've got Rainbow Islands in there, Crossout, Turrican, Chase HQ, and Altered Beast. It looks like that'll be a neat kind of collection to have of things there. SimCity and Populous. Wow. Got a couple of them together there. Emotion, we haven't seen that, but that's kind of interesting kind of game there. It's Came from the Desert. Always seemed interesting, but I'd never actually played it before. This was the version of Amos I had. I didn't actually have it bought because it came on a cover disc, or a couple of cover discs at some point, so that's the way I managed to get Amos. I did get the book. I don't know if I've shown off the book on stream. I don't know if I know where it is, but as I said, I think I mentioned that I have like 2 Amos books. One was this little one which is very well worn, and another one which was a from the Amiga Format, I think even. They had like how to use Amos and stuff like that. And yeah, Shadow of the Beast going on here. Aminos. Yeah, I'm not very familiar with Aminos there. What joysticks do we have? Anything new and interesting? Don't think there's anything fascinatingly new and interesting there. What else do we have on the other side here? The special reserve have got for us. Oh yes, this is a power brick. I said if I wanted to get mine out at the moment, you'd be able to see just how chunky this thing actually is. But yeah, it's quite amazing. Wow, look at this cleaning kit for computers. Minecraft's been saved. Good. We don't want it being blown up. But look at this, a cleaning kit for computers. So we've got a vacuum included apparently in there as well. Some wipes probably. Can't tell what all this is. Maybe there's some isopropyl alcohol in there. Looks like a disc head cleaner in there. Oh, that's for was it 3 1/4 inch, and then was it 3 1/2 inch and 5 1/4? Is it? I always not quite sure which one of those there, but looks like it's bigger and smaller disc basically. There, I should probably have a drink. These look like maybe they're little Q-tip kind of things in there. This looks like a little spray bottle, or it's the vacuum. I'm not sure. It's difficult to say. But yeah, wow. Pixel clear picture. Amazing. CD TV, yeah. They're trying. They're trying with the CD TV, but this is how you use it apparently. A bit like your ET apparently. And there we go. Oh gosh, look at this. We have our printer going away, and we've got a nice glass of wine while we're waiting, or a couple of glasses of wine there whilst we're waiting for the thing to print here. That's the way to use it, isn't it, really? Just have a nice glass of wine or two whilst you're waiting for your prints to print out. Gosh, and this is the Pride printer right here. Good old Pride printer. What else? Oh, a Super Nintendo. Amazing. Free second controller, free stereo lead, free Nintendo Mario Game & Watch. Wow, that's cool. Obviously, you can probably get more out of the actual Super Nintendo and the Mario world itself, but this is nice they put a Game & Watch in there as well. That's pretty neat. And yeah. So there we go. What else we got over here? Oh dear. An end to piracy. Gosh, well, I don't think... here we go. Here's the Amiga 600. The most innovative feature of the new Amiga 600 is... Ooh, got some buzzing coming from somewhere. I don't know if you heard that on your end. Is its cartridge capability. A ROM slot has been built into Commodore's latest creation with the hope that third-party companies will develop smart card software. End to piracy, of course, because you can't pirate cards or software at all. I mean, the Nintendo, the NES didn't suffer from any of that at all. But yeah, here we go. This little card slot in the side of the Amiga here. As I said, I think it's actually it is a PCMCIA slot. I'm not sure, but I think that's kind of what it is. Okay, in time-honoured fashion, I can't see that, Commodore have largely chosen to just spring the A600 on the software industry. Oh dear. Yeah, we'll see how it sells. That's generally the way it goes, isn't it, with this kind of thing? And what else? Of course, we got some words from Peter Molyneux in here. He's very keen on creating smart card software. Of course, Peter Molyneux is. But he's very nonplussed by Commodore's attitude. He says, "We've been supporting the Amiga from the very beginning, so I find it frustrating when they don't let the developer know beforehand that a new machine is being launched." I say he wants to get Populous 2 onto a ROM because it's difficult to put onto discs, apparently. There we go. Codemasters, Richard Eddy from them. Their software will start coming out on Smart Card. We're used to cartridge technology already. Yes, they're the ones that made... I think it was the Action... No, it was Game Genie, wasn't it? They made the Game Genie, which you could use... to play unlicensed games on the NES. Or was that? I think that was the Game Genie, wasn't it? Or something like that. Or was that the Action Replay? They did something like that. I can't remember the exact details of it, but yeah, they well know about this kind of thing because they managed to get around Commodore's, not Commodore's, Nintendo's seal of approval thing, which was supposed to make sure that no unlicensed things could make it onto the NES, but of course Codemasters found a way, if I remember my history correctly. Grey imported cheap Philips monitors could be dangerous. They do not pose a risk for users as long as the user ensures that a British power lead correctly earth is used with the monitors. Okay. They will almost certainly miss out on Philips' 1-year on-site warranty support and, of course, not receive the free F-19 flight simulator, which is included with every version of this monitor. All genuine UK monitors have the product codes, whatever, and fully comply with British safety standards and such like that. Yeah, so basically you can buy it from elsewhere, but you know, it might not work too well. Wow, they have interesting. Well, we'll get on to that, but let's see. CAD makes a comeback. Computer-aided design, of course. I don't know if there's anything totally interesting in that, but obviously if you're watching, as I said, and you kind of think, oh, that looks interesting, I want to look at that, and you kind of gone past it, you can say, hey, Katie, please go back and have a look at this, that, or the other, and whatever. Even if you're watching one of the VODs, it's like, just say, oh, hey, that looked interesting. Can you go back and whatever. Animators, famed wage. Oh, this is Eric Schwartz again. Here we go. We've got Amy and the Walker and whatever. There's an animation competition going on here. Yeah, Eric Schwartz once again. CDTV full motion video gets 2 new boosts. There's a CDXL standard. Quarter screen full motion video. Oh my word. Quarter screen full motion video. My word. And that's the XL standard. Oh dear. Oh gosh, I don't know if people remember from like way back in the day when you had like basically the postage stamp version of something on the screen because the computer couldn't render out. Yeah, Schwartz be with you indeed. But yeah, you got the little tiny thing on the screen because the full screen couldn't actually render. I think the last time I remember seeing that was like with things like Doom and Quake and whatever, when they had you could shrink the screen down. But usually that's been not a problem nowadays, where you have to have a tiny version of something like that. Let me see. But there's some other business here. Whatever. What are they saying here? CDTV Psycho follows up in special effects orgy. Okay. Just special effects unit, whatever. You got to Europress manufactures Fun School and Amos and Easy Amos. Doing some other stuff. But yeah, what caught my eye here was apparently they're just doing an actual just film advert in the Amiga magazine with Pierce Brosnan, Jeff Fahey, don't know, but oh dear, well, let's ignore that. And oh gosh, let's ignore a lot of this. But yeah, Stephen King's The Lawnmower Man, but it probably was advertised here because it was the UK's first virtual reality film, apparently. Basically, it had some CG in it, so they were like, cool, let's like advertise this in computer magazines, why not? I don't remember that. Obviously we had this magazine, but I don't remember that advert being in there. I don't know how much I actually looked at the magazines when I had them, but here we go. Educational catalogue for free. Wow, I like free things. That's pretty neat. It's got the, what's this, SMPTE timecode system, which I only vaguely kind of know about, but I know that's a good thing for doing, as it says here, synchronizing audio to video and stuff like that. So that's pretty neat. Look for a book. Oh gosh, we're looking at teeth. I don't want to really look at teeth. A directory. Amazing. Orders taken until 2 o'clock. Is that until 2 mid? What is it saying here? What's it exactly trying to say? Orders taken until 2 midnight. Is it saying 2 o'clock at night, or is it saying midnight and... Oh, I don't know. But remember when you had to phone up to order things and such like that? Gosh, these people were awake until either 2 o'clock or midnight. I don't understand. Anyhow, there we go. Most people who own an Amiga are very impressed with the machine. zoom in on this so you can see what I'm reading. Most people who own an Amiga are very impressed with the machine, but less than satisfied with the results they obtain. It often seems like, before you can get any worthwhile results out of it, you have to spend months learning how to use creative tools like Helix Paint. So this is how to make it a little easier, apparently. Legal angles. Strictly speaking, you're not allowed to digitize anything with a copyright message on it, so source material for digitizing is limited to any image you've recorded yourself using a camera. Yeah, I know, that seems like the only thing that makes sense, but it's a very strange way of saying it. Here we have some digitized animals. Notice how the zebras are all copies of the same shape. It's amazing what you can do with Helix Paint and some clip art. Wow, clip art, amazing. So, graphics. Okay, we've got a bit of a Terminator, isn't this? Looks like it. I don't know who that is. Looks like I see some kind of a concert going on there. But, there we go, Fire and Ice. From the programmers who gave you Rainbow Islands, who gave you the port of Rainbow Islands, I believe. Not the actual programmers who gave Rainbow Islands, but the ones who did the port on the Amiga. Daring Adventures of Cool Coyote. Well, here's Cool Coyote right here. Look how amazingly cool they are. And, yeah, did we see a demo of this? I think we might have seen a demo of it. But, there we go, yeah, Graft Gold. They did the, Amiga version of, Rainbow Islands, which we didn't actually see the Amiga version of Rainbow Islands, because I went straight to the arcade version because it's better, because it has the extra islands and that. Maybe it's worth looking at the Amiga version at some point. Yeah, because I definitely had the Amiga version. There we go, it's got some sound and music stuff going on. Sequencer 1, which was given away. For desktop publishing, active cheating. Describing how cheating devices operate is order. Sound samplers are simplest to use. Why would you call it cheating for sampling? And it's a very odd kind of article, really. Anyway. Scanners. Yeah, the budget scanners, the hand scanners. Apparently this is a high-end scanner, but can be fitted to any Amiga. I'm guessing just by the wire. But this is not the kind of scanner I would be imagining. I'm not quite sure exactly how that works. Do you put it on top of something and the scan thing goes across, or what happens there? Because that's what it looks like. But then how big is it? A4. Apparently it's A4? I don't know. But there we go. Oh, Sega Power. Sonic versus Mario. Oh gosh, what is Sega Power, or who is Sega Power going to back in Sonic versus Mario? Who is the best game character in the whole world? Gosh, I wonder what Sega Power is going to pick for the best game character between Sonic and Mario. Gosh. And apparently they gave away some of these cheap stereo earphones. Do you remember these cheap stereo earphones? The little, those orange foamy pads and whatever. I remember those kind of things. I remember those kind of overhead ones, which had the same kind of orangey foamy pads on. Brilliant earphones, free. You remember those? Yeah. Gosh. But yeah, it's like Sega Power, not approved by Sega UK. Black, yeah, some black ones as well, but I remember the orange very, very, very well. Oh gosh, what's happening here? That's rather scary. And then, oh gosh, they're all okay. The one person decided not to go along with the gimmick. They've got a couple of others, a few others around here. So yeah. Oh, my word. I have the Beholder too. We've got a menacing looking doggo right here. Flunked school? Wow. Join the up. Hey. I don't approve this message. Before you got a cassette player, wear them with cable going to glasses case. Oh. What did I do? I mean, what I did before I could do like coding and things like that, what I did is I probably still have them around here somewhere, but I had like you know, the A4 pads of paper, which like plain paper, and I would draw out on one of those kind of like a map, a course, which you could use like a coin to go around and pick things up. So just imagine kind of, you know, you go over here, you pick up the laser gun, and you go over here and you shoot through the wall, and then you pick up the other thing over here, and you go to different areas in the map and go through by using this coin to do so and such like that. And obviously I draw out other things like maps or other kind of games and things like that on there before I could do coding and things like that as well. So yeah, I can kind of understand that that kind of thing. I remember also having a thing, because we had, you know, those birthday cards. I don't know if you can still get them, but you know, when you open them up, they'd like have a little tab that kind of opened when you opened it up and would move a thing which would set off which would set off like a speaker and would play back like a 10-second recorded message or something like that. I had one of those, or one of my brothers had one of those. I think I had one of those for a birthday or something at one point. And what I did is, when obviously my birthday was gone, I didn't want to keep the card around, but the little speaking thing inside it was very interesting. So what I did is like cut that out. And then there's this little box. My dad managed to get lots of little boxes from here and there because he kind of worked at a place which made or distributed glasses cases. Let's try circuit bend it. No, I never tried that. But yeah, he worked at a place which thank you, which it sold, distributed, whatever, glasses cases. So sometimes none of us wore glasses, but sometimes glasses cases would just kind of show up here and there at our home. And I remember there'd be one which had like a Bugs Bunny on it. I think it was like a cyany blue or whatever, and it had a picture of Bugs Bunny on it, whatever. And that was my brothers had it, just like keeping just various bits and pieces in it. It had one of those little clip things on it, you know, the little, I don't know what you would call them. They're not like the carabiners, but they're kind of like that. That's kind of like the budget version of one of those, which had the kind of, it's like a little question mark shaped thing, which had a little pin that goes up on a spring, and you kind of pull this thing down on the side, which would pull the pin down, so you could like loop it onto your belt or whatever. I remember my older brother having one of those kind of things to keep just some various bits and pieces in, like some change or whatever. I think that was the Bugs Bunny one that he had. But also, along with that, something like that, yeah, so whatever those little clips are called. I said they kind of look like question marks with a little extra bit in it. That's kind of, you just had a little spring thing. Yeah, but I somehow got I think it was like basically like a little jewellery case. I think it still had the mirror in the back of it, but I might have had my dad's help to do this kind of thing anyway. But I took the thing out of the card and then hooked it up so that when you opened the lid of this jewellery case thing, it would, you know, do what opening the card would have done. Carabiner, it's like that, yeah, but it's like the budget kind of carabiners, not the big climbing ones, but you know, the metal ones which would snap on like that, but the little plasticky ones, they probably have the same name as you're saying there. But yeah, so it was like, I can't remember what the decoration was. It was a very kind of busy decoration around the outside of it, but I think it was just basically like a little jewellery box, whatever, which had like a mirror on the back of it, and then it had this thing in it. I think at one point, either we didn't get it to that it would play the thing when you opened it up, belt clips, something like that, yeah. So we either didn't get it to do it when we opened it up and it would play the music, or we didn't get it set up to do that, and so what I had to do is open it up and then like push a little thing down on the circuit board to make it actually play or record or whatever. I think there's a little like paper slider that you could have on one of the sides to make it go into like recording or playback kind of thing, and then there's the little clip. I played it, and I remember one time, gosh, well, if we're going on a tangent here, we might as well go on a tangent, mightn't we? Let me do this. Oh, Cool Gamer. Hello, Cool Gamer. Nice to see you around. If we're gonna go on a detour here, we might as well go on a big detour. Does anybody remember? Gosh. You're not gonna be able to see this at the moment. Let me see. Yep, that's what I want to look at. Oh gosh, no, Bing, don't have my location, thank you very much. But do people, especially people in the UK, have been working very, very hard. Wow. New rubbish running around. Well, that sounds like a nightmare for me. But I'm glad you can have a rest. But do people in the UK at least remember the big breakfast? I remember these people being involved in the whole thing. Chris Evans, Gabby Roslin over here. You can see them over here. Keith Chegwin, there we go as well. I remember these being the main people when I was watching. And oh yes, there was, oh gosh, the guy who got kicked out of kids' TV or whatever. The Freedom Breakfast. What was his name? I can't remember, but he got kicked out of kids' TV for having drugs or whatever. You don't remember this? No, it was a Channel 4 morning show, and you had Mark... Was it Mark Lamar? I think it was, but yeah. And yeah, these were later on Denise Van Outen and this other guy. He said their names, I might remember them, but yeah, it was mostly when I was watching it, it said like a morning breakfast show on Channel 4. Richard Bacon, yes, that was the one guy who got kicked off of kids' TV. Was it? Talked about it before. What was the kids' TV program that he was on? Blue Peter, wasn't it? Blue Peter. And yeah, apparently he was involved with some drugs at some point, and so they kicked him off. And so yeah, we watched this a lot when we were kids, before we went off to school, and such like this. And they had Johnny Vaughan. Yes, that was yes, that was that guy there, wasn't it? Yes. But they had this place, which I remember. Gosh, 2 Lockkeepers Cottages, Old Ford Lock, London, E3 2NN. Burned into my brain. That was the address of their place, and they sold off the place. I remember they sold off a replica of the place as well. But yeah, that was this house here, which all these couple of houses, which they did the presenting out of until 2002. Mostly watched BBC. Yeah, I think the later it went on, the less good it was, because obviously Chris Evans had moved on to TFI and whatever else and that kind of thing. But yeah, this was the main shot of the house, and you can see why I called it 2 Lockkeepers Cottages, or these were basically called the Lockkeepers Cottages because there's a lock right here in London. As you said, if you look up E3 2NN, you'll find out pretty much exactly where it is or was and whatever. I think there's still, the building is still there. The last time I did a check, because I was just kind of interested. But there we go. And in this as well, they Master Christian Reason, Jasmine Lawson. I don't remember them. I just remember the one, oh yeah, because yeah, TFI Friday, and don't forget to the Bushroom. Chris Evans here, he definitely went on to do other things, and the Big Breakfast was only really his first step of doing things. But yeah, I remember this newsreader guy, or whatever his name is, gosh. But yeah, they had a lot of good, things they did. They had like competition things which they did, which all, I think most of them all use the same jingle, but they just kind of put new lyrics to it each time or whatever. And yeah, and you had, as I said, Keith Chegwin was involved, and he would be like the roving reporter kind of guy who was going around to people's houses, you know, off-site, and talking to people just in different areas of the country, for interesting things that they could do or whatever, you know, that kind of thing. So yeah, it's basically a morning breakfast program, but a little bit on the bright and comic side of things. And in that vein, they also had these two, Zig and Zag. I don't remember which was which, but yeah, we had Zig and Zag here, who obviously were puppets, as you can see, and yeah, they started on the Big Breakfast, as far as I can remember. Obviously, they've also had this cartoon spin-off as well, which I wasn't aware of. But they also had an MTV show too, back in the early days of MTV in the UK. The Zig and Zag, they had a show where obviously it was on MTV. They did a lot of kind of musical skits and things like that as well. But yeah, these two here, Zig and Zag, I think they would do interviews of people and such like that. I mean, here's this kind of general idea. You've got these two talking to whoever. Is that Ant and Dec? That is, isn't it? Gosh. So that oh gosh, that dates this very well, doesn't it? Look at how young they are. This wasn't Ant and Dec. This was PJ and Duncan, wasn't it? Zig was always on the left, Zag on the right, a bit like Ant and Dec. Well, you got your Ant and Dec right here, or as I said, your PJ and Duncan, because it wasn't it Biker Grove? Gosh, this is really taking British people back if they were alive during this time, I imagine. But yeah, here we have the Zig and Zag, and yeah, kind of getting out of things here. We now got just basically zigzag patterns and things like that. But yeah, so that is Zig and Zag puppets. Let's see, yeah, we've got a bunch of things here. So this is kind of what another thing that I was growing up with myself. Here we go. We've got Chris Evans with Zig and Zag, and yeah, they have their was it washing up powder in the background here, which obviously cleans the underpants very, very, very bright and stuff like that. So you get the idea of what exactly this kind of thing was and such like that. So what the whole point of me going into that was, as I said, I had this little jewellery box thing with this thing from this birthday card in which could take samples of music and things like that. And our dad had a video camera, and we had the VCR and stuff like that. So what we did is we decided to make our own version of the Big Breakfast. We called it The Large Lunch as a parody. And we had, instead of Zig and Zag, we had Big and Bag, which were basically just Tesco carrier bags with, I think, like just some elastic bands around here, so you could like make it look like they were basically the Zig and Zag puppets. And one of them had one of the comic relief red noses over where their nose would be, and so one of them was just a bag with my younger brother doing that, and the other one was me doing this. Zag was purple, Zig was beige. It seems about right, but yeah, I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, so we had Big and Bag, and because we'd been watching Red Dwarf and stuff like that, instead of Keith Chegwin, we had Spleef Smegkin going around. And yeah, I can't remember if we just were ourselves as the presenters and things like that, and we even had like a little news segment and things like that. I remember the news segment, if you remember, oh gosh, I don't know if I told this or not, but where is it? One of the songs I wrote was I actually came up with this cat song. These chords I came up with because the story was in our news segment, the just one more thing for a laugh thing for the news segment, was apparently a cat had jumped up on a piano and started playing some chords, and those were the chords that it was playing, and it was a new pop hit kind of thing, and this was what the song was, and the whole meow 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 came from that. I mean, I was playing chords and singing that meow 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 thing. My younger brother had the little Casio keyboard thing that we had, which had the demo music, which was Wake Me Up Before You Go Go on it. He was just going meow 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 and banging just random keys on the keyboard. I was doing what I was doing for the cat song there. So that's where that came from. It was the parody of The Big Breakfast, which we did called The Large Lunch, and that was part of our news segment. But yes, and so that was part of it. We also did like an advert or a thing, because like we had the Zig and Zag, we had the Big and Bag puppets and whatever. We borrowed like a segment from they did on like the MTV Zig and Zag show. I can't remember what the actual thing was, but it involved me recording something from in preparation for doing the skit thing. I recorded some, about 5 or 10 seconds of something from MTV as it was playing, and it was the was it the What a Man, What a Man, What a Mighty Good Man song? I recorded a little segment of that on it. And basically I started off with, the one puppet that I had bopping along to the song, and I had to obviously push the little thing inside the little jewellery case thing to activate the music. So I was holding the bag puppet up like this, and also the player thing with my finger hooked over the side of the jewellery box and whatever, and it's like holding stuff and it's like bopping along whatever, and then it's like my arm was getting tired because obviously I had to hook it around like this to push the button and hold it up as well. I was like, hurry up! You could hear it in the background of the you could hear it in the background of the recording after we put it onto a tape. Unfortunately, I think the VHS tape is long gone that we actually recorded all this onto, and our chief. Keith Chegwin alike, who he, as I said, called Spleef Smegkin. My brother was playing the role of them and did it as we're in the place and we're doing the thing kind of thing he was doing, and eventually it involved in the person that they'd gone to interview and whatever apparently had been injured, and at the end they were in an ambulance being taken away to the hospital or something like that. And yes, the back of the ambulance was actually the hallway upstairs, or the upstairs landing of our house, just outside of our bedroom door. And I was holding the camera and doing like oh gosh, we were moving around in the back of the ambulance, and my brother was going, oh yeah, we're in the ambulance and all that kind of thing, falling around and stuff like that, doing a good old Star Trek acting for that kind of thing. Yeah, so it's very entertaining. Oh yeah, my brother was wearing this rather gaudy tracksuit jacket as well to play this character, and yeah, it was interesting. That's pretty much all I can remember from it, and it's it was a thing. Thank you for saying so, Chaos. But it was interesting. It was entertaining, and yeah, it was. It'd be good to be able to see that again, but it's gosh, it's as I said, it's long gone. The VHS tape that it was recorded onto was stored behind the television in our living room and that kind of thing. And then at one point, I think my dad decided to tidy up, and whenever he decided to do those kind of things went missing, like old computer games and whatever else was just lying around, and Dad didn't have really much of a preservation instinct the way that I do. But anyway, back onto an Amiga Format issue which we're looking at here. Gosh, how did we ever get sidetracked into that? I can't remember. But there we go. That is some history of Katie and my family and such like that. But yeah, here we go. Some stuff here. Lawnmower Man. Oh gosh, look at this. Coming to a garden centre near you, indeed. Wow. What is this film? You can read it yourself, but this is quite the thing to see. Yeah. Oh, it's still pretty cool. He has dropped by the streamer a couple of times and whatever, but doesn't stay for long and whatever. But as I said, has dropped by a couple of times to say hello and such like that. But yeah, I'm kind of like, don't really want to talk too much about you know, other people if they don't want to be talked about and stuff like that. And I don't know if he's really interested in me talking about him and stuff like that, so I'll just mention the escapades that we found ourselves in rather than anything else, really. The space shuttle, or was this the how to fly a space shuttle thing and whatever? Yeah, Bane of the Cosmic Forge. Wow. Dojo Dan. Yeah, this is obviously influenced by certain things as you can see here. Perfect General. What have we got going on over here? Is this the California Raisins? I got the Noid as well, and other things going on here. Gosh, yeah, we'll ignore that. What is this? Cineplay. Apparently 3DC. Futuristic story about a human zoo. Uses full motion digitized video, apparently. Interesting. But apparently involves the people who do the California Raisins and stop motion other stuff, and yeah, could be frightening. Oh, cool, they got trans discs. Awesome. Gosh. Hide and Seek preview. Jekyll and Hyde. This is going to be a CD-TV thing. Our aim is CD, there we go. So it's just figuring it out to start off with. It's interesting. It's like, obviously, they're trying to do like some full motion video stuff, and it says over here, to cope with such varied emotion, Palace used professional actors and actresses from Coronation Street, Minder, and TV ads. What's this? The live action sequences are shot on broadcast quality, high band U-matic video for the best possible results. Interesting. So did they say who they actually got to do it, or I don't know who this is. Ben Bazell. Oh, Ben's first major part as an actor was as Rocky in the original stage version of the Rocky Horror Show. There you go. He went on to become a regular presenter for BBC TV's Play School programme. Well, there you go. That really was a change of things, wasn't it? It's appeared in British TV dramas such as The Bill and Vandervalk. Don't know if I've ever heard of Vandervalk. But, yeah, so going from Rocky to Jeremy Irons, you think that's who that is? It's similar, but I don't know if it is exactly. Obviously, it's very digitised here, so it's hard to make it out. There. You'd imagine they'd say somewhere if it was him. Yeah, I can't see it saying, oh my gosh, look at this. You cannot escape me, Katie, you cannot escape ever. I will haunt your dreams. Gosh. That's quite a thing, isn't it? Quite a thing to see. Dizzy is always coming for me. Ah. But there we go. Play away or play school, okay. Very good, West. Oh gosh, it's like, yeah, it actually comes through as red on there, but on the on-screen display it comes across as more menacing. We actually got the fist pointing out. Yeah, Leisure Suit Larry, of course. If you don't know about Leisure Suit Larry, it's abysmal graphics. Wow. Tinny music. Oh dear. Hard disk installable. But yeah, I think if you don't know about Leisure Suit Larry, I don't know lots about him or the game. Yeah, but it's basically what it says. Larry Laffer, nerd incarnate and hapless pursuer of female attention. It's pretty much all you kind of need to know about Leisure Suit Larry. Either hold it to laugh while you learn with AD. Okay. Don't panic, ask for help if you're in trouble. Okay, so you've got some kind of alien, yeah, extraterrestrial. Comes crashing into your computer. Dear. You can learn English, maths. There we go. With the picture of the rather ravenous dog here. It's prepared Space Crest. So, who we got here? We got Jade. I don't know if that's named after anybody particularly. We've got Belushi here, which obviously be named after. Is there multiple Belushis? Possibly. We've got a Carey here, which might be a Jim Carrey. And a Baloo, is it? You can say that multiple ways. But I know the guy who did some of the Mystery Science Theatre stuff was Trace Baloo. I think that's how you pronounce his name and that. But yeah, I don't know if that's named after the Mystery Science Theatre guy, but These, got the Bewley. Yeah, there's many ways you can actually say this. I think, as I said, with the Mystery Science Theatre guy, it's Baloo, but it's got a car museum. It is a place that you're aware of. I think that's what you're saying about. But excuse me. Preparing myself to speak is a dangerous thing to do. If you go down to the woods today, you're sure of a big surprise. You know what it's like when your dog gets hold of your teddy, don't you? Oh, cool. Very good car museum. Cool. We got some other names here. So we've got Shorn and Calandra, which I'm not familiar if they're references to anybody in particular. But there we go. Special Forces. You can load up your backpack with a rocket launcher or something here, or a nuclear missile of some sort. Oh, cool. You can pick out a thing. You can have a deer, unicorn, I don't know. Chitty chitty bang bang, wow. Some kind of kitty cat, an attacking snake, and an eagle. But yeah, mainly it's looks like this kind of gameplay going on. You build castles, apparently. Oh no, this is a game called Castles. Okay, so what happened to the other game which I was looking at? I think we scrolled down a bit, unfortunately. Gosh, no, we scrolled down quite a lot here. Special Forces is what I was looking at. Gosh, it really scrolled me down there, didn't it? I don't know why it keeps on doing that. But here you go. This is more what I expected. We have night vision goggles and other stuff, and designate shark destination. Cool, you can launch sharks. Awesome. Oh, here we go. Mega Traveller 2. So this is why they were calling one of the games Mega Traveller 1, because they have a Mega Traveller 2 and they wanted to distinguish the two here. Now we know. Oh, now that she's been hooked in by the free thing that was on the front of the magazine here, you can upgrade now Spectricolor Junior to Spectricolor. So here we go. You can do all this fancy new stuff and you can spend 30 quid with a star after it. Plus £1.45 to cover postage and packing. Of course, we've got to cover postage and packing. And yeah, this is a thing. Obviously, we see mostly the Visa nowadays. The Access, I think, has been kind of, as I said, absorbed into MasterCard. And we have the Switch as well, which I don't know if that's still around or was absorbed into anything else or what. But yeah, it's interesting to see all these different things, especially with the old phone numbers as well. 0602 in Derbyshire, apparently. That's where that was. Here we go. Space Quest 4. Not quite the Millennium Falcon. Roger Wilco and the Time Rippers. It's kind of an interesting look to it. I don't know if it's because of the capture for the magazine, why it looks like this, or whether it actually does look like this on screen or whatever, but it's got an interesting kind of, what would you call it? It's not quite the palette. It's just kind of the overall look of the thing, isn't it? It's like it's graffiti, really, isn't it? It looks like. Or like a chalk painting or something. As I said, I don't know if that's actually what it looks like in-game and such like that, but it's an interesting look to it all the same. Oh gosh. Oh dear. Well, they didn't end up very well there, did they? Oh dear, they only got 48%. Wonderfully warped humour, drab, indistinct graphics, music, yes it exists, and unacceptably slow motion and reduced animation without a turbo card. Oh dear. Pools of Darkness, oh my. supernatural hand descends from the clouds and covers Flan. When it rises, only a huge crater is left. Winds whistle in to fill the vacuum, knocking you to your knees. The moon sea forms a huge waterfall. Moon sea? What the heck? Interesting. There's a thing here. Sorry, getting messages and things like that. Yeah, I don't know if I've not played them. I don't think I've ever seen them being played, you know. Plan 9 from outer space. Apparently a bit rough, either the actual thing itself. Gosh, these portraits are something, aren't they? But wow, free inside the complete Plan 9 movie. Right, with Bela Lugosi. Okay, contains actual film footage to splice and... Wow. Interesting. There we go. Yeah, Addams Family, they gave it 78%. Robocod-esque characterization, animation, and level design works well. Huge play area with bags of secret rooms and hidden passages to explore, with a handy password system for skipping levels. Gomez leaps, skids, and scuttles around his world with dreamy controllability. I don't know if I would have called it that myself, so I'm getting some buzzing from things over there. There's even a groovy soundtrack, indeed. Let us zoom out here. Deliverance. Gosh, whatever this is. You got digitized hands punching down at you. And oh gosh. Oh my. Oh, what? Oh gosh. I don't know. Is this safe for Twitch? This is quite the picture, isn't it? I don't think there's anything that shouldn't be shown here, but my word, that's a thing, isn't it? There. I'm just going to rugby. Ah, dear. Here we go, castles. This is what we skipped down to earlier. Just building some castles and things like that. Project X, I think we played a little bit of this, didn't we? Some pretty cool looking graphics. They're a little bit hard to play. But not in movie Deliverance. Yes. Got a good old banjo soundtrack for that one then. Oh gosh, Total. Yep. This is... Oh, yeah. So I'm just kind of looking at them. Yep. Yep, they're trying to be like that. Oh gosh, Might and Magic 3, Isles of Terror. Look at this good friend here. Chaos, are you around? I know this is probably a rat, but looks like kind of something you'd be interested in. Your kind of aesthetic if you are around. A good rat friend right there. Gosh, look at all these faces down here. Those are some faces. What else do we have? Some rolling with some dice. Gosh, look at this. This individual here. Some monks and somebody riding a horse. Interesting. Apidia. Oh yes, this has kind of got an interesting look to it. I don't know if there was a demo of this at all, but yeah, you can get the idea of it. It's quite an interesting aesthetic, really. It's you're a bug. Yeah, you're this bug here which flies along. It's a shoot 'em up. But yeah, you shoot other wildlife and things. It's got a very, very nice stylized look to it. Yeah, here's all your power-ups down at the bottom here as well. Very nice artwork. Indeed, with the captions here. Triumph and Volkswagen really missed out by not jointly producing the Stag Beetle. So yeah, we got a Beetle down here as well. And wow, this gets a bit different to what I expected, but still kind of cool looking. Oh my, what is this? I don't even know what I'm looking at here. Incredible background, machinery turns, pumps, grinds. I don't know what even this is. It looks like some kind of robot thing. Quality nerd joke. Okay, cool. I just wonder if it's like you're just calling me a nerd out of nowhere. I mean, it's valid, but this is interesting. 90%, yes. Graphics which will make you wish you had compound eyes. Once you've lost one life, you've virtually lost them all. Here we go. Oi, nerd. Alcatraz. Yes, Alcatraz's Orc. I don't think these are the colours of the game. There's a little bit messed up here. But yeah, so the Psygnosis games here. Revenge of Excalibur. Okay, we've got Arthur and whatever going in to do attacking of things. Agony, which is another one of these Psygnosis ones which has interesting graphics. You're the owl here, flying through very good landscapes. But I think, yeah, the way they digitize these, it leaves some interesting or strange artifacts around the actual colours and things like that. So it doesn't necessarily look in the magazine as it would on a screen. Look, skiing, amazing. What else do we have here? Risk life and limb. Nah, I think I'm quite okay. I don't want you to go abseiling or anything like that. I want to leap off a cliff. Amiga Format 13. Oh gosh. Well. Well, there's your questions. I'm not going to read them out, but if you fancy having a go at the questions here, then there they are. Hover Sprint. Your Lotus Esprit Turbo Challenge there. Advanced Destroyer. Oh yeah, Disc, you said that was interesting one. They gave it 48 apparently. Oh yeah, that's the Boston Bomb Club one. A Dizzy's Excellent Adventures. Let's see what they said about it. Interesting caption. You can't expect an egg to be put in boiling water without some sort of psychological side effects, especially if you later cave in his head with a spoon and scoop out his innards. And this is what is explaining what the things are. Yeah, it just basically explains what the different games are in the collection. But you can see as well here, this is not the way it would look on a screen. It's got some kind of weird kind of texture to it. So I don't know how they took the screenshots and reproduced them in the magazines, but it definitely has this weird kind of look to it. There we go. What else do we have? I thought I saw a thing. Oh, here we go. I know these are the scores they're giving to games and things. Okay. Game Busters, we can look at some cheats and things like that. Yeah, just some basic hints on how to play. Is it can't be asked to play the first levels? You type it in. Oh, really? Oh, wow. Well, we're not saying out those cheat codes. Wow. Sometimes they're amusing, other times they're not so amusing. Apparently on this one, if you type in the perfect kiss, you'll get infinite weapons. Interesting. Cadaver, some maps and things. Oh yes, I was getting confused last time. The game that was called Legend was actually Legend, and this is Cadaver, which is similar because it's like an isometric game, but is different in various ways. In Legend, you have like more heroes to adventure with. Cadaver, you just get this one guy here. Nightmare, yeah, some more maps and things for that. Anything interesting amongst all this here? Again, nothing much of interest there, I don't think. Excuse me. Coming contraptions. AmiNet network. Connect up to 200 Amigas using this. Amazing. Super Jam. What else? This is a very strange name of something. Dr. T's XOR. Some kind of sound. Then got MIDI and... oh gosh, excuse me. Yeah, you got some normal envelopes for making sounds and things. And that works very strange or whatever. VLAB, video digitizer, so if you want to get your asterisks and obliques there, you can do so, and also if you want to get your Terminators and your football recorded, you can do that. Oh gosh, no, it broke. Oh, there's Captain Diamond getting spoiled on that appearing here. But let's go back up. Gosh, where did I go to? My word, this scrolled down a lot. Why does it do this? Gosh, going down. Where was I? Yes, I was here. Okay. Let's try not to skip too far ahead. Export mode. Danger! Well, this looks very dangerous, doesn't it? We got straight and distorted here. I think we should change, straight and gay to straight and distorted. What do you think? What is your sexuality? Distorted. Anyway, here's the cow from the Frontier. It's Imagine 2, which is 3D modelling and animation, as you could probably imagine. This is what it is, and here's your cow against a rather blocky kind of background as well. Probably a reason why the cow is like this. I'm trying to read in this here, but I can't really see why. What else do we have? We have, is that a cow again? and a ship. And then some very fancy things. Do some good shadows, it looks like. And oh gosh, we have that as well. And here's the wireframe for the cow. And there we go. TV paint. It's a true colour art package. So yeah, you can do... That looks pretty awesome, doesn't it? You actually get that on the screen properly so you can marvel in the Technicolor. Is it Casablanca that would be? Whole drawing is produced by selecting one RX script with a single key press. So it's like just an edge detector and then doing some fancy colouring or something like that, it looks like. Alright, very interesting. This is the layout of their store, is it? No, it's not the layout. I was wondering, this looks like a map or a layout of the store, but I think it's just saying this is what these items are. Yeah, very fancy. Cool, that's some good letters there. Monitor not included, oh gosh. Vista Pro, we saw a bit of Vista. I didn't work it properly. It could have worked a lot better if I knew how to operate it, but yeah, so we've got some more landscapes and things. These trees are a little more decorated than the just simple triangle trees that we got in the other version of it as well. So yeah, some more fractal landscape things going on there. Make path, this is another Vista animation utility. Oh, so it kind of makes the animation through here. That's neat. Terraform, so you can make things that look like this. Do you load it into Vista? It looks like you might. Interesting. Oh gosh, look at this person. Very good. Okay. There we go. Slideshow generator. Wow. Game tamer. So it's got port 1, port 2, written in Amos. Okay. Okay, so this is to test your mouse and your joystick. You just wiggle it around and see if all these things light up and things, and yeah. This games bus is not there to get cheats, so it's basically like a database of, yeah, this is just a database of cheats because we've got Shadow of the Beast one here, so we use this, didn't we? When the Beast title page appears, hold down both mouse buttons and the joystick button until asked to insert disc 2. This should give you unlimited lives. Yeah, we used that, and we got some ones from RoboCop and RoboCod and a bunch of other games, Rainbow Islands and things like that. So yeah, this is basically just a bunch of cheats and things all wrapped up into one. We have home to a database and find out statistics on classic series like Star Trek, Time Tunnel, or Tomorrow People. So all the credits from the beginning and end of the show is typed into an Amiga and arranged so you can look at facts quickly and easily. So like an IMDb, really. So the kind of proto IMDb. And yeah, we've got Jerry Anderson and Sylvia Anderson on the side here. Not at all useful. Well, you know, it might be useful like these things are. It seems to be not arranged properly, so we might have to change things later on. But Pro Tracker, yeah, we think we saw that when I was trying to figure out which one would work. Yeah, gosh, look at some of these adverts. As I said, there's walls of text. And so if you want Micro Emacs or Jetman or Spectrum Classic converted to the Amiga, or if you want Skoda Challenge, Hot Rod Game written in Amos, of course. Formula 1 Simulator, Amos Fruit Machine. Yeah, it's like, it says cut, tick, and post. So you basically cut out this page, you tick the bits, the ones you want. Can you imagine this would be a nightmare for the people who actually worked with them? Or worked for them, I mean. It's like, you'd have to look at a bunch of these every day and see which ones were ticked. And then, oh gosh. I definitely wouldn't want to do that. Cat. I see no cats. What is all that noise that's going on? I don't know. I think somebody must be watching TV somewhere and it's making a lot of noise. But anyhow, cat. Oh, that's a cat. Cats and psychedelic tunnels. There we go. Total Deception. Whatever else is going on there, I don't know. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Okay, some information on Lewis Carroll here. Oh, that's a good illustration. Got the Cheshire Cat right up in the tree here. Intensive frequency. Moby, apparently, or a reworking of one of Moby's songs. An alternate. And a Prodigy track as well. Halloween the movie. Oh dear. Oh dear. It's Garfield but Rambo. Oh gosh. The Chainsaw Nightmare on Halloween Street, the 13th, part 48. Oh dear. Yeah, they can definitely get ridiculous. Yeah. Oh, we got some new adventures of Captain Diamond. So let's see. Hi fans! Read the news today. I'd better place my order, because it's going to get busy seeing the new A600 released. Yes, that's right, it's me, Captain Diamond, the keeper of the mighty prize pledge. Being as mammoth as Diamond are, we had better take everything you've got, thanks. Oh gosh, they're buying up all the stocks. Here we go. You know what this means, though? Death by technology. Silica sands to silica sand, as it was in the beginning, now ever shall be. A world without home maintenance Amiga. So they're burying the A500. Okay. Yeah, I think it's kind of got a little bit misaligned. Oh no, that's not the one I want. A little bit misaligned here. But here we go. What is this? A570 going for a drive. Because it's a drive, and because its carefully chosen name sounds more like a road number than anything else, we thought the theme for this month's quiz should be a short trip through Lancashire along the A570 and a few others. Probing road-related questions. Okay. Basic info, the A570 runs from Southport to St Helens via Ormskirk, or Ormskirk, which is just north of Liverpool for the uninitiated. Now answer these incredibly silly questions, which you may use reference books or ask clever people if you need to. Okay, clever people. I know there are the people who know about roads around, so the A570 has a T after its name on maps. What does that mean? Sure. Racehorse trainer Ginger McCain used Southport Beach as a running ground for which 3 times Grand National winner? Gosh, you've got to go back 30 years to try and answer these, haven't you? St Helens is home of glassmakers Pilkington. What's their winning connection with the game of rugby? My word. What formative railway experience took place at Rain Hill, just between St Helens and Liverpool? My word. What is the old estate of Lord Derby at Knowsley, just west of St Helens, best known? Well, which was the first motorway built in Britain? Which is the longest road bridge in the UK, obviously back in 1990, whenever it was? England's less glamorous equivalent to Route 66 is the A66. Where is it? And where is the longest road tunnel in the world? And which 2 Roman roads, still followed by modern A roads, meet at Lincoln? Gosh. I only know about the Icknield Way. I don't know if that's any of it at all, but if you want to have the questions, there are the questions. If you want to try and answer them in any way, then you can do. But I imagine the first motorway built in Britain is not going to have changed between now and 1990. So, the longest road bridge, I don't know. But, yeah, so if people fancy a bit of a quiz, I don't know any of them. There you go. It's from east of Middlesbrough in North Yorkshire to Workington in Cumbria, so it's very north. Thank you for... I'm guessing you looked that up, because I'm doubting that you know that. T means a trunk roads, okay. What does that mean? Oh dear. Gosh, well, we got a car over here. Stars, we got a NH. Do you think? Well, you may know, but I'm anyway. What is this? Is this major roads? Okay. Is that a Honda or something? It says H on it. And it could be a Hyundai. Or Honda, there we go. CRX. Well, it does say CRX on the front of it. There we go. Get a better look at it. It doesn't really make sense when it's sitting still on the page, but this is what your self-booting disc will do. Display a series of pretty pictures for you as a slideshow. Okay. So you can have car pictures appear on your Amiga if you want to. Zoom back out again. Yeah, I mean, I could do, like, look things up on stream and that kind of thing, but as I said, I don't really want to Google or Bing or whatever trying to give away my location or other important information about me in adverts and things like that, so we'll not do that. But just a friend of yours has completed a 7-year-long restoration of a red Honda CRX. Amazing. I bet they're happy to be done with it, and maybe a bit sad because they don't get to do the actual work on it anymore. Well, unless to maybe like fix bits and pieces here and there, because there's always bits and pieces of cars that need fixing, isn't there? What is this? It's a hard drive. Okay, so it's like a hard drive stuck onto an expansion card with... Okay, so this will go into one of the other Amigas, like the A3000, whatever, because this is the thing with... this is the thing with the Amiga. Excuse me. Obviously, versions like I have here are just kind of like the all-in-one kind of computer here, so it wouldn't have had like much expansion. As I said, there's like the card slot on the side, and there's the RAM expansion bay like on the bottom, and that's basically about it. Unless you felt like desoldering the processor and putting a new one in and stuff like that. You're an all-in-one computer. It's good to know. But yeah, with other ones like the A3000, you've seen kind of the more boxy versions of the Amiga. Obviously, they're kind of like similar to like the PC things where they would have like expansion cards in. I think I looked at it. They're not. They might have had ones which were similar to the ones you get in the PC, like was it the ISA slots or something like that? I can't remember. But there is like apparently a slot called a Zorro slot. Yeah, here we go. Zorro 3 expansion slot or whatever. Do I have many expansion slots? But yes. So yeah, this is in order to expand your thing. You'd plug it into this 32-bit Zorro 3 expansion or whatever, and then you'd get your hard drive expansion that way. And I don't know why it would have some kind of connector on the outside of it. But yeah, I mean, I suppose I could like read all of this, but if I started just like reading through all the articles on this, then I think people would get kind of bored about it. As I said, unless anybody's specifically interested in any specific things, then we can have a look through, but yeah. Oh dear. In our January issue, you published a letter which purported to be from Mr. Jim Towler of Withensea, and which made certain comments about the W.H. Smith shop in Prospect Centre, Hull, and its manager, Mr. B. Hay. We now realise this letter was a hoax. It was not written by Mr. Towler, and the facts mentioned were untrue, without any foundation whatsoever. We apologise unreservedly to Mr. Towler, Mr. Hay, and W.H. Smith Limited. Dear. Oh no. This is definitely a worry. Oh. Oh. Wow. Ah, can you see this letter? Oh gosh. Ah. Oh, gosh. This letter here, well, let me read it out. I have reread the article in Amiga Format. I've even asked for advice in local computer shops which concentrates on Amigas, but I'm still muddled as to whether or not I should upgrade my Amiga to Workbench 2. It seems not. On the subject of why fewer women buy and use computers, this is written by somebody called Joanna, apparently, though. You can't read any text. Okay. On the subject about why fewer women buy and use computers, girls are loved and rewarded when they behave in a passive, background manner. Boys are rewarded when they're successful and aggressive. I mean, I can't argue with a lot of this, but women have less money and less time than men. They cannot afford computers, let alone the time off from cooking and housework to actually indulge in enjoyment. They are made to feel guilty if they indulge in non-feminine ways. Your magazine is very male-orientated, but then it's fair enough because they are the majority of readers. Oh dear. and the response from them. I read in the paper only the other day that not only do men believe they are more intelligent than women, but also most women believe that men are more intelligent too. This is despite evidence going back as far as 1912 that there is no difference. Yes. Although girls tend to develop more quickly in verbal skills, whereas boys tend to take the lead in maths and spatial awareness. It's evident too that girls tend to give way to boys when it comes to getting time at the computer in school. On the other hand, I think it's much more difficult in current society for men to behave in feminine ways and vice versa. The problem surely is with the people who think the computers are a boys' only hobby, which is clearly no longer the case. Oh gosh. Yeah. Apparently this person saw an Amiga in a Conservative Party political broadcast. Gosh. Sorry if I haven't been reading stuff out, Starly, if you can't read anything. Some things are best not said. Other things like that are not terrible, but still have a reaction. Just kind of looking through this first. Utter nonsense. The PC design is archaic. You admit yourself it's been around since 1980. Yeah. It's all based around a single CPU, unlike the Amiga's custom chip architecture, and it doesn't multitask. Yes, 386 PCs are good, but how much does one cost with a VGA monitor and a decent sound card? At least 3 times the price of an Amiga setup, I think you'll find. PCs are clumsy and complex to use. Oh gosh. Peter Molyneux at the programming team Bullfrog was telling me not so long ago it took him all day to set up his new 386, and he's an experienced computer programmer. Oh gosh. PCs also suffer from this massive range of different graphics and sound standards, which makes it incredibly difficult to know if a game will work to full effect on your system. Finally, all these impressive games being created by these American developers are all very exciting, but they need a ludicrous amount of hardware, most only usable if installed on a hard drive, some using as much as 20 megabytes of hard disk space. If you want games with that kind of emphasis on huge graphics, surely the Amiga CD, TV, ROM, CD... sorry. Surely the Amiga CD, TV, CD-ROM system is a much better option, sorry. No, I'm sorry. I know these fast PCs with all the trimmings are pretty impressive, but when you consider the cost and the hassle, they simply don't hold a candle to the Amiga. Oh, dear. Yeah, that's even more funny in retrospect, really, isn't it, really? But no, never mind. Piracy the last word? No, there's never going to be a last word of piracy. Oh, gosh. Oh, yes, indeed. I make no secret of the fact that I freely copy Amiga games, and I am the proud owner of software and hardware which allows me to copy any game. I feel it's unfair to call people like myself pirates. To illegally copy a game is not ignorant, it is common sense. I've owned my dear Amiga for just over a year now, and during that time I have bought 11 games, only one of which is any good, Kick-Off 2. Since then I have discovered that I could have got all those games pirated. That's £250 down the drain. I can't afford to waste that sort of money, and I'm sure most of your readers can't either. All software is ridiculously overpriced, and it's ludicrous for software houses to expect the customer to dish out £25 for a couple of discs and a large snazzy box. Yeah. However, if these companies were to lower their prices to the £10 to £15 range, I could be tempted to bin my copying gear and start enjoying myself I would far rather own an original disc than a pirated one. What are you saying? You don't even know what you're talking about. Yeah, they definitely get a lot of things. It's also clear that copy protection does not really make a great deal of difference. With better or for worse, copying devices and software of all kinds are available, and such deterrents as manual protection or code wheels don't seem to make the grade these days of the readily accessible photocopier. Yeah. Well, he's basically saying that lowering the price of games would be a good thing. Software companies apparently lowering the price of games would be a good thing. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh me. Ah, gosh. Oh, spot the shot. I don't know if we actually saw this. Apparently this was a shot from one of the other ones. Wow. I definitely would have noticed that one. And this one is... Gosh, what's that from? Is it a Pigia? Could be. Gosh, I don't know. Ah, dear me. Ah. Commodore die, indeed. Who are you? Are you a typical Amiga user, or you're a bit of an eccentric? How normal are you? In next month's world-beating Amiga format, find out what the average Amiga owner is like as we reveal the results of the biggest survey of Amiga owners ever conducted. Yes, they're advertising. Sorry, readers poll. And yeah, they've got some other stuff on the cover disc and stuff like that. I'm a bit of an eccentric, yes, and pushover. Gosh, it's going to be part of the whole movie and video game and not movie, video game, movie and TV and other tie-ins, because people in the UK may or may not recognise this is Colin. And this is a quaver, a certain type of puffed crisp. And there is this game, obviously called Pushover, featuring G.I. Ant, which was sponsored... Oh yeah, Colin Curley, that was the name. They don't mention quavers, I don't see here, but basically, you know, the whole... James Duffy Sterling did a very great thing. I think it was this week's episode of their Jimquisition about, you know, capitalism and advertising to children and stuff like this. This was one of the things which I was exposed to as a young child. We have a video game which has very little relation to to a packet of crisps or whatever, but we have the advertising mascot for crisps here with their Quaver Curly Crisp there. And, the actual game, which involved walking around pushing over dominoes, which it's a good game, as far as I remember. It's an interesting little puzzle game about pushing over all the dominoes. But obviously has this, tie-in to the crisps and things like this. You can see on the box art of the game, we have Colin Curley. Not mentioning quavers, but, you know, probably does in the games somewhere. But, yeah, it's called Pushover because it's about pushing over dominoes and things like that. As you can see, there's the ant. Here are the dominoes. Where's Colin Curley? Colin Curley is just the advertising mascot of the whole thing. That'd be good. The possum cereal mascot. Give me all the cereal. Oh dear. Yes. But I mean, you remember as well, Robocod had the advert at the start for, well, and kind of slightly through the game of the penguins, or the penguin cereal bars, not cereal bars, penguin chocolate bars. So yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to be in the offensive stereotype. I mean, they like eating. I mean, Chaos was just sharing a video in their last stream about possums liking to eat. They were very, very interested in having all the nice snacks and things like that. When in some way they're like Katies. But yeah, so as I said, it's not a movie tie-in, it's not a TV tie-in, but it is a another kind of tie-in. I'm not a possum myself, no. I'm just saying. Oh, this is the end of the magazine here. So yeah, we have some time here. So, oh gosh, I don't know if I can live up to the possum thing. I mean, the possums were eating rather healthy-looking things, really. I can't say that myself. I would eat terribly healthy things or whatever. I'm kind of wondering what else, because I've got like half an hour and such like that. I mean, I could try and look through one of the other magazines. I mean, we did manage to get through some of them pretty quickly, but I was wondering if there's anything else we could maybe have a look at. We have quite a lot of tangents and detours today, so I mean, I suppose we could just look on to another magazine here. What do I have available here? So we have Amiga Power, issue number 9. And this is an interesting one, because apparently it has absolutely brilliant, those lovable Codemasters in their own words. Deaf Possum, the trademark deflection skills. Ah. Who? Me? No, please. Pay attention to somebody else. That kind of thing. But yeah, so we have a little Dizzy statue, and apparently the Codemasters are going to be giving a bit of a talk about things, and this one, the one that had Puggles and whatever. I think we did see this one, the little alien creature who's playing, what's it, Cubert, basically. Yeah, and the Smash TV there. Yeah, Smash TV. Night of the Sky. Yeah, I did have a little play of that, but obviously flight sims are not my forte. Magic Mystery Tour, what do they say over here? Dialer Hitman Department. Hi to everyone we met at the World of Commodore show. Stuart Campbell kept his head low. Rumour has it the industry is clubbed together and a team of trained hitmen were roaming Earl's Court looking for him, and Penn was probably off snogging his new girl somewhere, but the rest of us took part in a seemingly endless round of talks, panels, and yes, autograph signings throughout the 4-day event. Matt Bealby struggled a bit on the Sunday after a drunken person bust his lip, but otherwise things were judged a roaring success. I do love stacks, yes. Blimey, missus, it's hard to know what to write about this one. Our send in pictures of nude people compo has to be judged a hit. Yeah, we're ignoring that. Imaginative entries apparently were involved as well, but yeah, we're ignoring most of that. Now we want beer. Send us your unopened can or bottle to the usual Amiga Power address. Gosh, it's difficult to read this, as you can probably see. Oh, it's actually easier to read on the smaller screen. Best tasting or most unusual wins some games, but those don't win thanks in advance. We'll enjoy receiving your entries, or try to pack them so they don't smash in transit, huh? Oh, there we go. What the... What kind of caption is this? The huggable Dizzy, is he sex on a stick or what? I don't want to think about it. Oh, gosh. Look at that dragon. That's a good dragon. The hidden? Oh, right. So it's not a hidden game, it's just... Stomp a Tantrum apparently is the name of a game that looks like this. Interesting. But the hidden are the people who made the Puggles game. Okay. Yeah. Handbug joystick, as I said there. Look at this flying snack friend here. Here's the Beholder over there. Two dead people, it looks like, and oh no, the doggo's doing an attack. Brides of Dracula. Wow, look at this. There we go. I know that'll suit somebody's aesthetic. Or more than one person, whatever. But I think, yeah. What's the actual, interesting. You've got an arg going across there. But, into it, yeah. Naturally got shooting game, Games Master. A cyberpunk games show for Channel 4. I mean, do people know about, Games Master, or is it old for most of the people in the chat and that? Because I referenced it before. Let me just actually go over to this so I can do a search. There's a lot of the magazine here. Can I? Oh yeah, this is a good look at it. Here, I don't know if we got much of the set or whatever, but one of the things that there's interesting title sequences and stuff like that. But if we go back over here, this was Patrick Moore, who was the titular Games Master. Obviously some kind of CG stuff going on here, some very, very old CG stuff going on here. And this is Dominic Diamond, who was the host for a few of the series of it and stuff like that. So basically he was playing games on TV. So the Games Master, Patrick Moore here, would set a challenge, and then Dominic would get in like the kids or whoever else was doing the challenge, and they'd play the game and that kind of thing. Apparently, Vic Reeves was involved in it as well at some point here. Oh yes, and this is. They had all the different series had different like sets and different kind of stories and things going on, didn't they? Gosh, this kind of shows off here, doesn't it? They started off like this, and then it was like this, and then like this, and then he turned into like God or the Sun or something like that. Oh gosh. But yeah. And then this other guy was involved at some point as well here. And I think, yeah, obviously they've got reviews, things it looks like they might have done, or might be from the magazine and stuff like that. But gosh, I think we've seen this person, haven't we, before? Related to... Julian Rignall, is that a writer? I don't know. Father Tato's kind of, yeah. But yeah, the intro sequences are interesting. It kind of like set the scene for where they were. I mean, obviously there's this one here. Is that E17? That's E17 there. But yeah, so this is one of the sets they had, which is obviously, I think it's like a underground, underwater kind of setting they had going on here. Another one was in a church, and this one was like in a... I think the whole thing about him being like the Games Master kind of turning into like a god figure was like they were in, here, like new Games Master Born Again. They had this Garden of Eden set or something like that. It was interesting. It was most definitely interesting. And of course it was a Channel 4 thing, because only really Channel 4 was allowed to get away with this kind of thing. Apparently we have Red Hot Chili Peppers here for some reason. I don't know. But yeah, Games Master, it was a very interesting TV show. Most of it is kind of like the lore around it was some of the more interesting thing. Apparently they're interviewing RoboCop or something dressed up as RoboCop. Oh gosh, well, let's get back to the magazine. But that was Games Master. So there we go with that. So yeah, that's the Dracula game. You've interviewed RoboCop, yeah. So there's the Dracula and Helsing game, as we saw before there. Ubisoft gets it right, well... I could certainly say some things about Ubisoft, but we don't want to get into that at the moment. It's a pretty cool looking aliens. Oh, they're actually the Xenomorph kind of aliens here, it looks like. Because they've got the face huggers, but it doesn't look like... Oh, it's Rubicon. So, oh yeah, this is an interesting game as well. It deserves to be auto-modded. Oh, you got auto-modded. Yeah. I'm not quite sure whether I want to allow that or not. I'm going to leave it as it is. I don't know if my mods can see that, but you can't see it. Well, yeah, it is a set of skills that RoboCop possesses, but let me just show you what Chaos said there, because I don't think it's quite. Because if I allow it, it's going to say this term has been allowed, and I'm like, no Twitch or no Streamlabs, I do not wish to allow that particular thing in perpetuity. But yes, I see what you say there. Perhaps there's a way to say it which is not quite as direct as that, I don't know. But yes, Rubicon, interesting game as well. Let's see what else we have. Yeah. Yeah, it's, yeah. You can see I've got a glitch of the scanning here, apparently, going on. What is this over here? Yeah, there's the Bonanza Bros. Smash TV. A lot of smashing going. Oh yes, if you walk over a mine, of course you're going to get blown up a bit. Accuracy. Are you talking about what Chaos is saying? Oh dear. But yeah, Smash TV, basically hordes of enemies. If you know, like, Binding of Isaac, it's pretty much the same kind of thing. That's where it kind of all came from. Twin stick shooter kind of thing there. They made that one sideways. Oh no, more lemmings. Yes. So I'm going to have to actually properly play Lemmings at one point on stream, but you know, it's the day is not today. It's been vaguely motivational. Oh, look, there's a cop here, or there's a security guard, and there's another armed guard, and a doggo. Look at that good doggo. There's a good doggo. Let's see, Moonstone. Heck 'em up. Let's see. Realms. It's very, very detailed and complex, doesn't it? And gosh, look at this. Oh, Wotan, you are so big and I am so small. That's taking the whole, vampire lady to a new extreme, really, isn't it, really? Gosh, look at this icon. that's quite the icon right there. Oh, gosh. Oh, and, I'm guessing these are skin tight, but I'm really not sure. I hope they're just skin tight leggings. And yeah, fuzzball. You can go around, you are the fuzzball, you collect things and such. Barbarian. You are barbarian, there are bats. Pretty much, yeah. What else? Nightmare, yeah, we saw this. Oh gosh, didn't see that though. That's wow, look at that. It's rather scary. And yeah, so that's triggered from the actual TV show, but the game doesn't really bear much of a resemblance to the TV show. Gosh, there's an explosion that happens around here as well. See if there's anything of interest around here. Oh, there's the Blues Brothers. It's all sideways, but we saw all of this basically when we played through it. Yeah, because of the explosions. Yeah, I got that. Cruise for a Corpse. Might actually want to play something like that at some point, so not going to look at all the details. Rodland, look how incredibly cute this game is. A very, very cute game. Where, Mom? The Demon King was locked away. Of course, that's kind of the end, but you know, you don't really play these games for the story, do you? Bunch of joysticks and things. Magic and Mystery Tour. Special. A typical game of Dungeons and Dragons. They haven't actually laid out a game here. If, for instance, the players opt to naff off down the local but imaginary inn for a quick game of poker, then the DM can whip out a set of cards and actually play the game. At the end of the day, in fact, the DM can entirely redefine the rules, and in theory, the players shouldn't even notice. So yeah, that's the general idea, isn't it? And here's this new board-based, easy-to-play Dungeons and Dragons game set is just one easy way to get into fantasy gaming. So there we go. There's a old-school 30-year-old Dungeons and Dragons thing for people who are into that kind of thing. What is this? I don't know. bunch of people here. These are basically a lot of RPG kind of games and whatever. Oh, brilliant, yeah. Absolutely brilliant. This is the Codemasters. This is the Codemasters, apparently. This is David Darling. Oh, gosh. And here we go. These are the Oliver twins. Andrew and Philip Oliver, the creators of Dizzy. Oh, yeah, indeed, Chaos. Here they are researching quick snacks. Yes, if you ever wondered who made Dizzy, these are the two. We still refer to Dizzy as Mr. Easy to Draw, an odd creation. Here we go. We originally designed Dizzy for young kids and he's been good for them, but increasingly it seems that everyone's a secret fan. It does seem to be something to do with his character, but equally it's got a lot to do with the mental puzzles in the game. Parents enjoy doing them too. In fact, often they play the games with their children and get just as much fun out of them themselves. So perhaps that's the secret. That's David Darling. And part of my job is to build characters up, and of course the most successful one we've ever had is Dizzy. We're sort of creating Mario, although he's obviously not as big yet. At the moment, Dizzy's far and away our most popular character. CJ the Elephant is only 2 games old, and Steg the Slug, Spike the Viking, and Slightly the Wizard are all new characters. And Little Puff the Dragon, we've sort of given up on. He wasn't much of a character anyway, but it was the name that caused the most trouble. People... Oh, yeah, we're not going to get into that. I would very much like to play a game called Little Homosexual in Dragonland myself, but you know... Dear me. With Dizzy, our egg character, we've obviously hit on something, though we're not exactly sure what. We still refer to him as Mr. Easy to Draw, which is what he is. Just a big blob with a face, arms, and big boxing gloves for hands. We've tried to give him more character and make him do more things in the newer games, but it's a very odd creation we've got here. The fact is, though, people like him, and he gives us a recognisable character to promote the games with, without having to fork out for a licence. It took 6 months from its original 8-bits release for it to start charting. This is... whoever that was, it's Paul Ransom. Oh, gosh. Well, we'll allow that one. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. It said, add permitted term, little homosexual. Oh gosh, and this is Darling. What happened? Where are Andrew and Philip Oliver? Are they actually going to be talking about anything here at all? I don't really care about these other people. You look Dizzy. Yeah, but where are the Oliver twins involved? Did they not... Yeah, the Oliver twins just don't want to talk. I'm not interested in what other people have to say. And this is what we're going to be looking at on Friday. Seymour Goes to Hollywood. And so we can't really see very well, but this is the Amiga version at least. I said this is one of the ones that was released for the Amiga. Most of them were just like Spectrum or, you know, Amstrad, C64 kind of ones, but a couple of them were actually released for the Amiga. I'm not going to probably play through all of the games, you know, try to complete them and all that kind of stuff. Just have a little look at them to see what they're all like and that kind of thing. So yeah, Seymour is... a little different to Dizzy, and because apparently he was in more like the real world in Hollywood and all that kind of thing. They didn't want Dizzy to be there because Dizzy was more of like a fantasy land character, whereas they got Seymour here instead for the real world thing. But here we got a Dizzy statue and a good Zax statue. Look at that. Look at that awesome staff that Zax has. I like Zax's style. Oh, look, we got an advert for the Dizzy collection here on the end here. I got the Paul Vance and David Darling. I don't really care what they say. Here we go. Oh, this is another interesting game. I think I've mentioned it before, whatever, but Superplex, good little you've seen my Repton playthroughs and whatever, and had a look at my game Claptraps. This is a similar kind of thing as well. Boulder Dash, you know, all that kind of thing. Necronom, cool. Can we eat dead people? That's, yeah, I've made that joke before, didn't I? Lord of the Rings. I don't know if I got this on my list of things, but if I don't, I should add that. What are we got here? Yeah, let's see what else we have. Crime time. It's a German game, apparently. All you eat is dead people. Okay. And they gave it 32. Hideously dated, unoriginal adventure romp that has little going for it. This price, no thanks. $25.99. It's outdated and everything. Oh dear. Yeah, I see they wouldn't give it very high. Not very high marks. Hagar the Horrible. Is that an actual? Oh, from the Sun apparently. So maybe this is another tie-in thing we can have a look in. Hagar the Horrible. Magic Garden. I think there's kind of like an interesting. Yeah, there's a gnome, and I think we saw something to do with that. I think it's kind of like a strange kind of game. I don't know what's happening here. It's called Alien Storm, and there seems to be organs attacking. You read Hagar the Horrible when you were a kid. Okay, cool. So yeah, it seems like maybe a thing we can look into for the tie-ins. It's not really like it expands all the time what it's tie-ins to, but you know, it's other marketing tie-in things and whatever. But Alien Storm. Have you actually played the game, or are you just looking at the graphics here and thinking, gosh, that's a person with a huge cannon and these strange creatures attacking, and that looks cool. Oh yes, another thing we can have a look at, the high-tech Hanna-Barbera cartoon collection. Yeah, Rough and Ready. Never heard of Rough and Ready before. We've got Hong Kong Phooey here. Yogi Bear, of course. TC, or Top Cat. And yeah, this is Rough and Ready. Apparently a dog and a cat. Play the Genesis version, cool. But yeah, Scooby and Scrappy, Top Cat, Rough and Ready, Hong Kong Phooey. Yeah. So there's all that. Son of Wilf. Interesting. Looks like one of those little troll dolls, doesn't it, there? In very, very pixely form. Clear. My word. Football. Not interested in football, we'll just skip through all of that. Somebody playing with a remote control plane. What do you have to do? You have to answer the questions. Electronic Arts flight sim star Chuck Yeager was originally famous for what exactly? Who eventually shot down the Red Baron? Who was the first man to fly the Atlantic? Who was the creator of the Biggles books? And what were the name of Biggles' two wizard chums? Gosh, I don't know any of the answers to those. But yes, if you like answering questions and stuff, and you've got your trivia questions and stuff like that, then have at them. Any interesting things here? Browsing my local newsagent the other day, I was a little puzzled when I noticed that both yourself and that tacky rag, the one for Amiga Games, were claiming to be the best-selling Amiga Games mag in the country. The one even boasted that their claim was official in some way. and quoted an ABC figure as proof. Whilst I'll take anything they say with a pinch of salt, after reading some of their recent reviews, surely they can't get away with something like that if it isn't true, or can they? Well, what we have here, Karen, is a real can of worms and no mistake. The one from Amiga Games doesn't sell as many copies as we do, but we haven't been on sale for long enough to have an ABC Audit Bureau of Circulation figure to back up our claims. We'll get one early next year after we've been around for one of the full 6-month periods they base them on. So yeah. The one in its Amiga-only incarnation isn't old enough to have an ABC figure either. The one they quote is made many sales of the one, which catered for Amiga ST and PC formats, and is in fact the subject of complaints from rival publishers even as we speak. Indeed, Karen, get onto it. We suspect what will happen is we both go on claiming to be the best seller until next year, when the both true ABC figures for both mags come through, and then one of us will be forced to drop it. No prizes for guessing who it'll be, though. Oh gosh, and here's a bunch of stuff you can win, and pretty much the same things you can always have win here. Wow, what is this? Dear sirs, I'm an intelligent, educated, mature lady who finds that she prefers playing computer games in her spare time. I find them challenging and educational, so why is it that other people, many of whom are less educated than me, look down on this form of entertainment as being childish and easy, when in reality many are far more taxing than other pleasures? P.S. I'm a psychotherapist with an IQ of more than 154. Dear, yes, I'm aware. I mean, I'm just trying to finish off this thing. I've got 120 pages out of 138. So we'll get to the end in just a little bit here. It's same old reviews and things here. Gosh, look at this. Ah, no, don't do that. I'm going to look at this face here. Scally looking face. With child. And there we go. Which demo is creating the biggest stir in the universe? Yeah, another world and whatever. What I didn't notice is they got a thing on the side of their back here. For another 8 hours, I think I would die. I mean, my brain doesn't seem to be melting as much as it does on some days, but there we go. So we rotate this all around. Gosh, can we actually... Oh dear, I've broken it. Katie's broken it, everybody. Katie's very broken it. Oh gosh. Hi. Can we... Oh gosh. Oh no. Well, let me try and load this up again. Oh, that was the big breakfast thing, as I was talking about earlier. Let me try and load this up again, and hopefully it won't break this time, just so we can see that last page here. If we rotate it here, next month, the unfeasibly fabby February issue of Amiga Power will go on sale Thursday 30th of January 1992, so you've got a blooming long time to wait. Don't worry though, it'll be well worth it. Not only will we have reviews of all winter's big games that wouldn't fit or didn't arrive for this issue, games like Ocean's Epic and Robocop 3. Yes. But for the long-rated E in our popular Spine Letters series. Yeah, so basically on the spine of the magazines they'd put, you know, the letters of their Amiga Power and stuff like that, so they would have got to E by that point. Then we have Ultima 6, one of the new wave FRPs rated next issue. So there we go, that is that for today. Should be ending up things and whatever for today and such. Let's see. Does our friend here, Tracy, have anything to say, or do people have anything to say to our friend Tracy here? Let me just make sure things are set up here. So, hello Tracy.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Not too bad, thank you very much. I don't have a lot to say, actually.
That's okay. I mean, it's fine not to have a lot to say. What did you think of the games and things today?
They were pretty good. I liked the ones where the balloons was bouncing around.
It wasn't really a game. That was just a kind of like a programming thing.
Yeah, that seemed like it was pretty cool.
Can we make stars less stressed with a joke? What do you think?
You can always give it a try.
Okay, so what is a non-stressful kind of thing? I see that other question there. So what is a non-stressful thing?
Having a bath.
Having a bath, yeah. So can we do a joke about a bath?
How many bubbles does it take to fill a bath?
I don't know, Tracy. How many bubbles does it take to fill a bath?
I don't know. Let's find out.
We could always give it a go. This was supposed to be a joke and not a science experiment.
Well, it can be both.
Kind of, I suppose.
I mean, if you filmed it, it would probably go disastrously wrong, so it would be a good thing to make people laugh, I think. And then eventually you would have lots of bubbles, so you could kind of like relax and things like that. Yeah, I think that's probably cool. I'm noticing my eyes look kind of like red a bit, don't they? I don't know what that's all about. No, my eyes are yellow. Look. They're very yellow. Yeah, they're quite yellow. But I mean, it's a good thing my eyes aren't yellow, because when that happens, it's not a good thing. Yeah, I've heard that's not a good thing for a human to have. Yeah, not really. So, I mean, do you want to do any other experiments with bubble bath and such like that? I don't know, maybe it's a good... Oh, no! I was worried there for a moment, but that is a good joke, Chaos. Well done. Yeah, it takes a while to pick up on what exactly is a joke and what is not. But that's a very good joke there. And for people who can't to read things and stuff like that, it's probably worth doing a good reenactment of the joke and whatever. So, are you ready for that, Tracy? Yeah.
Do you want to be the person who dropped the phone?
Yeah. I just dropped my phone in the bath.
Oh no.
Now it's sinking.
Ah ha 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 ha. I didn't know if that was really a two-person joke, was it?
Probably not.
Probably not. But we also have another question here. What kind of dogs love baths?
I don't know. I certainly can't read what Chaos said.
A shampoodle.
Ah!
Oh dear. And Chaos is asking us, or asking you particularly, do you think that I should stream for another 8 hours?
No, it's a bad idea.
It's quite a bad idea.
Do you see how red her eyes are at the moment? It's probably not a good idea.
You're quite right with that. I mean, I can't readily explain why my eyes are quite so red. Maybe it's the fan. Maybe I've got some kind of itchy nose kind of thing going on. But anyway, it's probably good to finish sooner rather than later and such like that. Tracy with the voice of reason.
I am sensible.
Indeed you are. So do you want to do another joke?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Why didn't the pirates bathe before walking the plank?
Gosh, I don't know.
They figured they'd wash up on shore later.
That is a good joke. Well done, Chaos.
I don't know if we can do the whole comedy routine. I mean, you need the funny person and apparently a straight man, don't you, for Chaos?
Yeah, we've not got one of those around here.
No, not at all. So anyhow, I think I should probably be getting to saying goodbye to people and stuff like that.
Yeah, I will do my goodbye now. So thank you everybody for popping by, and
There you go. So Tracy can pop over there. So yeah, my brain hasn't deflated as it sometimes does, but obviously my eyes are kind of like, ugh, whatever. So good thing to have a bit of a break and all that stuff. I think, yeah, what we'll do is we'll just kind of end things here and such. But what have we got? We have, yes, Tracy is good. What we'll do is we'll do our usual shout outs and stuff like that, because tomorrow is Thursday. That usually entails having a Stars transmission, doing Forza stuff. So if you like and enjoy that kind of thing, then please drop by for that. Also, I mean, the next thing that you won't be doing the stream tomorrow. Oh well. Well, I hope everything is okay and good. You'll be travelling. Okay. I still hope everything will be okay and good and such and things like that. So then the next one after that is probably going to be Saturday, if you're going to be around for that. Don't know. But we'll be on Saturday, yes, and that's probably Control still, which is a fun thing to watch. And that. There's also a other person. I think my brain is slightly going as well. Other person, West. There is a West as well, who was mentioned in that, who will probably be doing stuff on. Find out about your brother. Yes, your in-game brother, who has various psychic abilities or such. Cool. Thanks for popping along, Rodian and such. So yeah, West is normally on Sundays, is what I'm trying to get to here. And yes, and I wanted to get onto that as well. Chaos normally does Mondays with conspiracy stuff, around about 3 PM or such UK time. Don't know what that is in other places and such. It doesn't seem to be doing other streams at the moment, but I think they're being hacked around by their job and such like that, so you know. And Starly, I don't know when you're doing your stuff. I mean, obviously you didn't do today, as far as I know, unless I missed it, which I did. If I did, I apologise. Thank you very much, Starly. I'm having trouble with this, as you can probably tell at the moment. But Starly's doing more. She can to be confirmed. Okay, cool. Next stream. Getting hecked by being exhausted all the time. Oh yeah, you've been sleeping a bit as well. And me, yes. If you spelt it wrong still, all the same. So it's yeah. Anyhow, Rose. Remember Rose? That'll help you spell it. Yeah. My next stream then is the next one coming up out of all the people's. And we're going to be looking at those Seymour games and seeing what they're like. That doesn't help. Okay. Well, never mind. So yeah. Oh dear. Well, never mind. So yeah. Rosin, is that somebody who does like violining with the rosin on the bow and stuff like that? But yeah, so we're going to be ending up things here before I just run out of things to say. Join me on Friday for some Seymour. You can see what Seymour is like. And that is that. And I shall see you next time. Bye.